can never be enough. Is the saving culture. And there's an evangelist, I know evangelists are here. One of them says, because you had a group of them, said, you Joroge, you taught me how to save. And he was by then alikuwa laki kubwa kidogo. Lakini nilimfunza kuweka ile poster because by then tulikuwa tunalipiwa Barclays Bank. Kwa hivyo nilikuwa natoa naweka kwa hiyo so that charges, na mnajua haikukaa sana, ilisema kwamba for you to be there to maintain an account you have to have 20,000. Ningetoa wapi? So nilifungua Bwana Kagiri hiyo poster, na out of that I married. Simu nipigie makofi. So saving, what do you have? It can never be enough. It will never be enough. Money, you need to have a saving culture. So I'm saying we need to have a saving culture. Before I came here, I came from Mombasa. Na nilisoma sana kwa sababu ya wasungu kule. They come for holiday. There's one who stays in our hotel down there. Comes every year for about 6 months. Mambo yake ni kubalizi tu kwa mchanga wa bahari. Lakini nilipofuatilia is kwamba ameweka retirement plan yake vizuri sana. Kwamba in every when there is we call it winter, yes, he comes here anakula pesa vizuri. Most of us don't have those things. It's not that they are so rich, but mara nyingi ni kwamba wanajipanga. What are the lessons because I want to conclude? Ya kwamba hard work is advocated in this text. Kufanya kazi kwa bidii. Ni vizuri tufanye kazi kwa bidii. Kwa sababu you have never got money from the ground. Siku hizi kuwapata hata shilingi imeanguka gumu. Kuna wakati ungekuta tu 50 mtu ameangusha 50 na ingekuwa tu kitu ya kawaida. Lakini sasa kuangusha with this economy mtu anaangalia pesa sana. Hata pale unahakikisha kwamba sio mfuko ambayo ukitoa hadi kachifu inaweza anguka. Maana ukipoteza 1,000 ni nini? And those days when I was marrying and all those days I was saving 1,000, ningeenda Nairobi. Hakukuwa kwetu supermarket. Kwa hivyo the only supermarket was in Nairobi. Na ningenunua shopping ya mwezi mzima Kahiga. Ningenunua one month shopping. Na ndio nilisofanya, nasema kwamba out of it hata nilipata pesa ya kuoa. What am I saying? Hard work is advocated here. Number 2, the lessons we can learn from this text ni kwamba God sustains us. God is a God of sustenance. Usisema kwamba sita save kwa sababu uchumi ni mbaya. Hakuna wakati uchumi umekuwa mzuri. I know there are people here watu wa pesa na hesabu. Actually, what is politics? Sasa nigie ni nini? What is politics? Politics is the science ya control resources that are limited. Actually, that is politics. Hii mngangana mnaona hiyo yote ni kwamba kuwe na mtu ambaye ata control resources. That is politics. Is the ability to control resources. MC akitaka kiti, usifikirie kwamba na mambo mengi, ni kwamba atawale pesa. Senator the same. The president ni hiyo tu. Resources, because resources are limited. Wotirende bele shashire cia igana nginya hindira thia ubirwo. Na yuko on politics is that ability to control the limited. So God is a sustainer. Kwa hivyo I would urge us all, kile chochote ambacho unapata, ikiwa wewe ni kwa sababu not all of us are church men and women, weka akiba. The Bible says somewhere that cast your bread into many waters, for you don't know which one will germinate. Ikia mugate waku kundu kuingi, weka hapa Simaguri, weka kwa hiyo ingine, kwa sababu you don't know igani italeta mazao. So God, na ukitazamia Mungu kwamba Mungu atakusustain. God will always sustain us. That is lesson number 1. Kwa sababu mpendwa huyu aliambiwa go and sell. Na hiyo mafuta ili muweka mpaka wakamaliza kiangazi. So, number 2 is that God is a God of providence. Our God is a God of providence. He will provide. The Bible says on his mountain he shall provide. Kwa hivyo usikose kuweka pesa kwa sababu kesho itakuwa baya. Hapana. Hey, you know, people say that I like singing. Rucio rwakwa nĩ rwega gũkĩra ũmũthĩ, na gũtirĩ kĩndũ kĩgiria kinyanĩra. Don't say that because my salary was 4,000 by then, 2,000, I said 3,000. Today, I had more, of course, than that. If I had never had or cultivated the saving culture, singekuwa mahali niko. Kwa hivyo hata wewe, believe in a God of provision. Can I hear an amen? Number 3. He is a God of multiplication. The multiplication factor. A God of multiplication. Ngai witu ni ahorithanagia maita. You see, this widow, and that's why I started by hard work. Mtazamo wa mtu wa Mungu ulikuwa ni kwamba mama huyu, the limitation ilikuwa jinsi ya nguvu zake. How far can you stretch? How far can you stretch? Inasemekana kwamba ilipomalizika ndio sasa muujiza wake uliisha. So it was determined by how much alikuwa ameomba just. So the multiplication effect factor. God is a multiplier. Out of one man, Adam, he has so many people now. So may God multiply us. Keep money also, pray, because moja kuongeza moja ni 2. I know today, kwa sababu nimekuwa katika tutapatiwa, I'm very new, lakini najua kwamba tutapatiwa dividend. So if you have 5,000, pengine utaongezeka hata kama ni 200. Ni 200 itaongezeka. Kwa hivyo weka, because there is a multiplication factor. Multiplication factor. So huyu mama, muujiza wake ulikuwa kadri ya jinsi ambavyo aliomba. So the jars of oil. I'll finish by saying this. I'm in the bigger Pcea Sacco. Na ninashukuru sana kwa sababu mchungaji aliyeniweka aliniforce kama kuforsiwa up the wall. And if there's a minister I will live to honor is that lady minister. Sikuwa mchungaji by then, nilikuwa mhubiri wake. So aliniambia huwezi fanya kazi hapa ikiwa hauna hiyo form ya Pcea. By then there are no local like now we have. Ilikuwa tu moja, na ilikuwa qualification wewe ni mchungaji na wewe na secondary evangelist. Ilikuwa tu hivyo, hata secretary hakuwa huko ndani. Na nashukuru Mungu kwa sababu chochote nilicho nacho mimi, mama huyo mchungaji ndiye alifanya niwe nacho. So the Pcea Sacco inasema hivi. I don't know, hii yetu sijaweka sana nini, lakini najua tutaendelea kuijua. Save regularly, borrow wisely. Ndio hiyo tu. Save regularly, borrow wisely. Unaweza weka kama vile nimesema nilikuwa naweka 12,000. But by the end of the time utakuwa zimeongezeka. That multiplication factor girie mweno kurehere maundu maingi muno. And you know also the multiplication factor is 3 times of your savings. It is that application. 3 times of your savings. So it determine your savings determine how much is the factor. So Gaya tutaidhie, Mungu atusaidie kuweka pesa na kuwa watu ambao wanaweka pesa na kusave, kwa sababu it's also faith to save. It's also faith to save. Kwa sababu hata kama nimesema kwa ina imani, ni vizuri kusema kwamba God has not given us the spirit of stupidity, but the spirit of sound mind. Amen. So kusave ni vizuri, kwa sababu hiyo itatusaidia. I'll conclude by saying, sio the amount you are paid. Tikira yukaga thini wa muko waku, but how the saving culture. Mungu atusaidie kuweka hicho tu kidogo. Waswahili wasema kwamba haba na haba hujaza kibaba. Haba na haba hujaza kibaba. Kwa hivyo chochote kile kidogo ulicho nacho weka. Baada ya miaka 10 kitakusalishia mambo makuu. May the Lord bless us, and may the Lord multiply us. Amen. So that money can do the work for us. Toto nino tutume uikarage uge ati sasa mimi nakunywa na kula. Not that you are a millionaire, but simply you saved. I will say this. Most of the houses you see in Nairobi, majengo mengi yaliyo kule Nairobi, si ya watu walikuwa milionea. Ni wazee sana wa Murang'a. Kuna mtu alikuwa ananiambia wengine hata walikuwa wamekuliwa na dutu. Funza, zinaitwa kwa Kiswahili funza. Dutu. Na adhuliasho na moko naki. Wako na nyumba nyingi kule Nairobi, especially Kirinyaga Road huko. And most of them now ndio wanatawala hii Kenya. Their family ndio wanatawala the deep state. Ndio hao. Adumare tuone dutu, but mageuka hamwe. They joined efforts. They now own Nairobi. Kwa hivyo it's not the amount of money you are paid, it's how you save. May the Lord bless you. Basi tutasimama ndio tuombe sasa maombi ya kufungua. Baba wetu na Mungu wetu, katika jina kuu la Yesu Kristo, tunakushukuru kwa sababu wewe ni mwema, na baadhi ya baraka unazotubariki nazo ni baraka za kifedha. Kwa kweli uchumi ni mgumu, hali ya maisha ni magumu sana, lakini wewe ni Mungu wetu unayetupatia chochote tunachohitaji. The Bible says that God, you give to us all that we need for life. Na ni kweli Mfalme, kila asubuhi unatupatia hewa ya kupumua. You make sure that we eat because you are God of providence. Baba, tunakushukuru, tunakupenda. Asante kwa sababu ya wapendwa wetu walio na uongozi wa Sacco hii. Asante kwa sababu ya sisi ambao Mungu wetu tunaongozwa na tunawekeza katika Sacco hii. Na kwa sababu Bwana wa mbinguni umetuambia kwamba ni wewe ni Mungu unayetubariki. Tubariki na upanue mipaka yetu kifedha, katika hali ya kukujua, kwa sababu kukujua kunaleta hata faida za kifedha. Tubariki Bwana na utuondolee roho ya umaskini na ufukara, na Mungu wa uzima ukatuongeze, kwa sababu wewe ni Mungu wa kuongeza. Asante kwa sababu ya uongozi wa Sacco hii. Asante kwa sababu ya mambo yote. Tunajua kwamba siku moja Mungu wetu tutakuja tulipwe riba ambao ni kubwa sana, tukaseme kwamba tukaambie watoto wetu tulianzia hali hii. Baba, ni asante, tunakushukuru, tunakupenda. Tunapoanza mkutano huu, Roho wa Bwana shuka ushukani wako na ukaongoze viongozi wetu na tuelekeza. Tubariki zote na ukatupanue. Ikiwa ni maombi yetu ya imani, tupokea kwa imani kwake Yesu tunaomba tukushukuru. Amen. Amen. God bless you.
Thank you. Let us appreciate our Reverend Joroge, who is the parish minister, Derry Parish. Turn to your neighbor, say hi to them. And tumeambiwa vizuri, you are a member. If you are a member, that's why you are here. Muuliza uko na ngapi. Unajua tumeambiwa uko na ngapi? Kwa sababu hapo ndio tumeambiwa. That is where the key is. Joroge, you are a member, yes. How much do you have? And everything has gone about issue to do with discipline. And discipline tunasemanga is doing what you're supposed to do even when you don't want to do it. So we really thank God because of that word. And I want to believe that kila mmoja you have something to take home. Na in that way tutaweza kuwa tumebarikiwa. Na sasa nataka wakati huu tumkaribishe mwenyekiti ili aweze kutukaribisha. Mwenyekiti, karibu. Hawezi kuja hivyo. Let us appreciate our chair.
Habari zenu. Bwana Yesu asifiwe. Tunashukuru Mungu. Asanteni kwa kuja. Mimi ndio nimeitwa mwenyekiti, jina ni Jacinta Washira, na nimeokoka. Yesu ni Bwana. Mimi ndio mlichagua nikuwe mwenyekiti wa board of management, na nashukuru sana kwa kunipea fursa, nafasi ya kuwaongoza. Ni heshima kubwa, na so I thank God for that. Tumeendelea vizuri na tunataka kutoa msamaha. Tulichelewa kiasi, na sitaki kusema ni nani alichelewa, hata sisi kwa kujipanga. And I think mvua ili to weka kidogo, so we didn't set up as early as we had thought. We had hoped by 8 kila kitu itakuwa imeandaliwa, lakini tuko hapa na tunashukuru Mungu na tunashukuru kuwaona. Na mimi nawaangalia nikiwa hapa, nasema wakati uko mwanzoni tulikuwa tunakuja AGM na inafika saa 5 hatujafikisha watu 20. Si mjipigie makofi. Kuna mimi nilifika hapa around 8:20, around 8:20, na kuna members walikuwa wamefika. Si tuna hiyo ni enthusiasm na support na confidence. Ile confidence mko nayo, tunashukuru sana. Sasa nataka kuwajulisha board of management, supervisory committee na wale watu wengine tunasaidiana kwa Sacco. Kwa hivyo nitauliza kuna wenye wako nje kwa desk, lakini wenye wako hapa, kujeni hapa mbele watu wawaone management board. Naona ana kwa huko nyuma. Kujeni speed hapa mbele niwajulishe kwa members. Wengine wanaweza kuwa hawajui vizuri. Hawa ndio members wa board of management. Huyu ni Julia. Sitawauliza waongee juu watatoa ushuhuda. Haya. Huyu ni Ann. Ani Geshohi ni wa kutoka Mogoga, ana represent Mogoga na ni member wa credit committee. Julia kutoka Maimahio, watu wa Maimahio na ni wa credit committee. Samuel Elder Evangelist ni wa Sigona. Simon ni wa Sigona, ana represent watu wa Sigona na ndio chair wa credit committee. Eliud pia ni wa Sigona, ndio registrar wetu, ndio secretary wa Sacco. Nancy ako hapo, huyo si muinulie mkono, huyo ndio mwenye mambo yote. Ile pesa ya yenyu mnaweka, sasa huyo ndio treasurer. Akikaa vibaya sasa mnajua pesa yenyu haiko safe. Amekaa vizuri sana, si hata mnamuona. Na Dr. Humphrey ni wa Kerwa, Nancy ni wa Mogoga. Dr. Humphrey ni wa Kerwa, he is the vice chair. Kuna mwenye ako nje? Hapana. Apigieni makofi. That is a management board. Tuko na supervisory committee, team ya supervisory wenye wanaangalia hesabu kuona penye tunaenda vizuri, na wakiona wengi wetu hatuna hiyo ujuzi sana ya hesabu, tunaweza confuse figures, especially zikiwa nyingi, na zenyu zinaendelea kuwa nyingi, zinatustua. Hawa ndio wanaangalia. Elder Esther Karanja from Kerwa, na huyu ndio chair wa supervisory. Elder John kutoka Nderi, he is the secretary of supervisory. Na Elder Evangelist Stephen ni wa Mogoga na ni member wa supervisory. Hii ndio team. Before the auditor comes, they are the ones who keep us on our toes. Wapigieni makofi, they do a very good job, and we are very happy with the way we work together. They are all has been very, very transparent, very good. They help us when we go wrong without beating us. Unajua wanaweza kutuchapa tukikosea, lakini hawatuchapi, wanatupeleka vizuri. I want to our accountant ako huko kwa desk, Benson, everybody knows Benson. We have some young people we work with, our social media, Jambi kuja hapa mbele. We have integrated our youth so that we mentor them. Tuko na Jambi hapa. Jambi anatupeleka huko kwa Facebook. Kama haujaingia Facebook, sasa uwe unaingia. Jambi anapost very many items every week, kuna kitu. Hata sasa amepublicize sana mambo ya AGM. So she's been doing a very good job for us in social media. Tuko na kijana mwingine anaitwa John. John was an intern. He comes and works ako kwa desk as an intern, na ni mwanafunzi wa hesabu university, and he has also been very, very useful. He does a lot of voluntary work with us, with our accountant, and we really appreciate. Tuna our translator, Christine. Christine partners with us because we have people who are hearing impaired, na ndio mnaona anafanya hiyo kazi. She works with us. Tuko na John, kuna John mwingine mwenye ana manage our website, na ndio hata sasa tuko online. We are online. Ukienda kuna link, ukienda kwa hiyo link, sasa tuko hapo. Unaona vile watu wanaonekananga huko kwa YouTube. Sasa huyu ndio anatuweka kwa YouTube. Wapigieni makofi. Tunashukuru sana. I want to introduce our cooperative officer, Nancy. Amefika. Yeah, she's there. We have somebody also very important who has sold to us software yenye tunatumia, and he will get an opportunity to take us through the app that he has prepared for us. Samuel, si uinue mkono, atapata nafasi kutupeleka through the mobile app. Our auditor was here, Steve. Ko wapi? pengine ako nje, but he's here. The young man who has audited for us for the last 3 years and has also been very, very valuable. So those are the people we have working together with us in this Sacco. Now, before I give back to the MC, who is Simon, iko sawa. We want to record apologies that we have received officially. A member number 359, Mary Wainaina. Member number 399, John Moeha. Member number 1018, Joseph Kirai. Member number 499, Lilian Mwehaki. And member number 403, Amos Idawire. Wametuma their apologies, and so we record them. I want to ask you to get the booklet so that we can confirm the agenda of this meeting. We approve and confirm the agenda. Our agenda started with the opening and devotion and introductions, then registering apologies. Item 3 is approve agenda. Item 4 is reading and confirmation of minutes of the last AGM, which was held on March 22nd, 2025. Matters arising. Then we will go through the annual reports, management and supervisory. Then the audited accounts. And then the budget for 2027. Remember, we normally approve the budget for the forthcoming year so that when the year turns, we are not held into, because of the activities. And then declaring of a budget and declaring dividends and on shares and interest on savings and honoraria. Then we will have a moment for members' reactions, questions and answers. We have appointment of auditors. We have elections by the 1/3 rotation. AOB on notice. We have not received any so far. And then we have refreshments and closing. We have already had our refreshments and they are ongoing. So that is the agenda of this meeting. And we want to ask that we approve this agenda. We have somebody to propose and another one to second that this agenda is acceptable for this AGM. Tupate mtu ainue mkono ndio karani aandike agenda ilisomwa. These are the procedures of the Ministry of Cooperatives. And then we have somebody who seconds. There is a hand there. That is number? Amepropose. Kuna sekoda. Kuna mkono pale. Mike, okay, sawa.
Number S 0047.
0047. Ame second. Thank you to Meshukuru. So we will go now straight to the next item. MC.
Thank you. Now we are going to call upon our secretary to come and take us through the minutes of the last AGM.
Good morning. Hamjambo asubuhi ya leo. I want to believe everybody has a booklet like this. Kama kuna mtu hana, unaweza pewa moja so that we can read together. The minutes are from page 3. And since I believe we are all there, we shall read together. Minutes of the 7th Annual General Meeting held on March 22, 2025 at Pcea Training Center, Zambezi. The agenda items were as listed there. Devotion, welcome and introduction, reading and confirmation of previous minutes, matters arising, management and supervisory reports, audited accounts, budget, appointment of auditors, members' reactions, cooperative officers' report, elections, declare dividends, and then AOB and closing. Minute number 1 was the devotion. After praise and worship, Hannah Wangari Karaoke, member number 21, opened the meeting with prayer at 9:49 a.m. The Megoa Presbytery moderator and Simaguri Sacco patron, Reverend Moses Ndegwa, who is also a member, number 865, offered a devotional from Matthew 27, from verse 25 to 46. In his opening remarks, he said that he has witnessed God's faithfulness in Pcea affiliated Saccos as some of the well-managed church structures that help church members and the community. In his sermon that was titled "Jesus Paid It All," he said that they wanted to shame Jesus by crucifying him. But through that act, he paid for our shame, our disdain, and our pain. These are the points that he deduced from that teaching. The Reverend explained that Saccos help remove financial shame. He encouraged everyone to overcome any feelings of shame by actively saving and taking loans from Simaguri Sacco. B, Simaguri Sacco is connected to the church, so any money saved there is considered blessed. This blessing also extends to projects that are funded by loans from Simaguri Sacco. He said that Africa, and Kenya in particular, lacks a strong saving culture. To change this and help Simaguri Sacco grow, it is important to get young people involved and encourage them to save and borrow. Reverend Ndegwa encouraged members, regardless of their circumstances, to wait upon the Lord, for he would renew their strength. This is because Jesus paid it all, that we may have life in its fullness. Minute number 2 was the welcome and introductions. The Sacco chair, Dr. Elder Jacinta Washira, welcomed people in attendance, then introduced the Sacco patron, Reverend Moses Ndegwa. The cooperative officer, Susan Joroge, Mr. Stephen Muru of Belmont and Associates, that is the auditor. Then Helen Mwangi of Hot Point, Kenya. Those are our partners in the product, our product partners. Then he also introduced she introduced supervisory committee members and the board of management members. She also recognized the presence of the differently abled members, accompanied by their Kenya Sign Language interpreter, that is Christine. She also recognized Mediabo TV, that our IT team, then the marketing team. The meeting's agenda paper was presented and adopted. Minute number 3, reading and confirmation of the previous minutes. Minute of the 2025 AGM were read by Secretary Eliud Moshogia. They were proposed and seconded by members number 8 and also number 200 respectively. Minute number 4 was the matters arising. The first was minute 6 of 2024, section E, whereby member number 729 asked whether the board implemented the advice given by the auditor to look for other investment areas as additional to CIC. The response that was given was that no, that was not done. And the explanation was the board shopped around. That was, they went to Standard Investment, Mansa X, Family Bank, Kingdom Bank, and KCB, but had not diversified after considering what those institutions offer. The board said that it is also cautious not to follow the Cusco route, whereby they lost members' money. Minute number 5 was the management and supervisory reports. The chair requested members present to stand in honor of 5 active members that passed on in 2024. She said that this was the highest number of the Sacco has ever lost in 1 year. These were member number 52, 818, 189, 817, and 748. Number 2 was highlights from the management reports, and these are listed below, starting with A. We are growing outside the boundaries of Pcea. She also said that Simaguri registered consistent growth in member numbers, savings, share capital, loan uptake, and eventually increased earnings. C. Another point to note was that when one hasn't saved for 3 months, they become dormant. She also highlighted milestones that we had achieved in that year. The first one was that we had internet banking that had improved loan disbursement period. The next point was that using collateral such as title deeds and logbooks has made it easier for borrowers, as they no longer need to look for guarantors. The third one was that marketing and signage attracted new members. The fourth was upgraded Sacco management system. Explanation was that the office can now send bulk SMSs, member data is current, and soon members will be able to check their Sacco information on their phones using a USSD code. Number 4, we had an active website that had, by then we had recorded new members that are residing both in Kenya and outside of the country. And it also serves as informative platform. E of the management report was that we had successful activities that are listed down here. The first was the AGM, then the other one was training, education day, and Sacco members, for Sacco members and management teams. We also had done a number of benchmarkings. Then we also attended Ushirika Day and won a trophy for highest dividend payout in medium category out of over 400 Saccos in Kiambu County. Challenges that were listed were, number 1, affected projections due to hard economic times. That is, loans were rescheduled and a few unpaid loans were also registered in that year. There is also another challenge whereby a number of members had died, and that was also registered. 3, loan guarantorship. Some members guarantee with more than they have. 4, irregular savings by some members. And the last one was that monthly savings had gone lower than loan requirements, which necessitated need to borrow from other institutions. The board therefore proposed and an approval of 5 million shillings borrowing power. There's a table here that indicated how the year was. And on the first item is loan demand. We had a loan demand of 3,709,547 against savings of 1,167,631. The chair encouraged members to increase their savings. G, the board proposed the following. One was the borrowing power, and number two was to capitalize half of the dividends of members whose dividends was less than 10,000 shillings. H, future projections. Number one, proactive marketing. A marketing team was already in place. Then the other projection was to have cell groups, whereby members were encouraged to form groups to help them guarantee and follow up each other. The third was to upgrade our system. Mobile loans will be introduced once the system was fully upgraded. And the fourth in the future projections was to introduce new products like daily savings challenge, junior savings account, and fixed account. Members were requested to contact the Sacco office and claim the uncollected 99,000 shillings, 319. They were also to come with proof of ownership for that money. The unallocation happens when people don't give full member details to the bank agents while depositing their money. J, the board of management recognized these people. Number one was the best timekeepers. That was the person that arrived at the AGM venue earliest, Mr. John Kenyanjui and Stephen Kerumba. The second category was best loan payers. That was Lucy N. Degwa and Mary M. The best savers were Anne M. Kanja and Elizabeth W. Kinoro. The other category was best recruiter. We had Daniel Dembey, and the highest number of loans, the person that had taken the most number of loans was Mr. Stephen Nyoto. That report was proposed and seconded by member number 22 and 154 respectively. Going to the next report was the supervisory committee. The supervisory committee checks that all set Sacco activities are run accordingly. They reported as follows. A, that the 6 pillars in the strategic plan, as listed here, were adequately covered. B, they recommended a ceiling to dormancy, particularly where the members have not paid any share capital. C, a schedule of uncollected deposit should be presented in the AGM and encourage members to claim the money. D, the committee noted that there was an 11% improvement and 28.8% in terms of value over 2023, where 190 loans amounting to 34 million were disbursed. E, they noted that the loan repayment was good. However, given the huge amount of loans received, the supervisory committee dedicated to closely monitor the repayments as scheduled in order to avert any potential default. F, they observed that 4 million shillings as interest was earned at the end of December 2024, which was an 81% higher than earned for the year 2023, certainly on the back of increased loan uptake. They also noted that it was 42.2% lower than the budget interest income for the year, which was 8.3 million. G, they also noted that budgeted estimates derived from the strategic plan were realistic, as the surplus envisaged was 95% achieved. H, the committee concluded that 2024 saw strong activity in loan processing, new loans, the repayments, and members were using the website more, and the new payment software would help make transactions faster and improve efficiency in Sacco operations. They also stated that they believed the Sacco was being managed transparently, with all funds being recorded in an auditable system, clear, verifiable, and easy to understand financial system. This report was also proposed and seconded by member numbers 597 and 254 respectively. Minute number 6 was CIC. They had a representative here, Mr. Moses Maingi of CIC Insurance, Kiambu branch. He appreciated the business Simaguri Sacco was giving to CIC. He also acknowledged that Simaguri invests with the CIC money market and insurance, and encouraged individuals to also invest with them. By then they were offering the investment at 11.5% per annum. The last was that CIC has affordable medical solution that is tailor-made for Sacco members, and who would join as a group of at least 4 members. From that we go to minute number 7, which was the audited Sacco accounts. This was presented by Mr. Stephen Muru of Belmont and Associates. They appreciated the opportunity to serve Simaguri Sacco for the second year. They also noted development loan interest almost doubled in 2024 from 1.5 million to 2.9, emerging as the best loan product. D, he clarified the queries that came from members. The first question came from Elder Kaifa, who noted that he did not see salaries in the records. In response, it was clarified that this was noted, recorded as a legal fee, since the person maintaining our books is not an employee, but is consulted and paid monthly. The second one was another member sought to know why financial assets decreased from 13.8 to 11.2. In response to this, it was explained that funds in the CIC investment account are liquidated in order to lend to Sacco members. The third question was that these members say that we didn't have provision for bad debts in 2023. It was explained that we budgeted for it starting 2024 after the auditor's advice. The fourth question was about the software. Software upgrades is work in progress that started in 2024. Hence, with partial payments in 2024, and the balance was to be paid in 2025. V, can members access their records and accounts via the upgraded software? This was answered in the affirmative. Yes, members will access their information via a USSD code, but we can't release the accounts to the public before the AGM ratifies them. Another member asked about the retained earnings, saying that they had reduced in 2024 from 664,923 to 216,681. In response, he was said that the management decided to reduce it and have members get more dividends. Belmont was impressed by the financial statement given. Belmont was impressed by the financial statements, give a true and fair view of the state of the society's financial affairs. The other point from the auditor's report was that the auditor gave the following recommendations. First was to add other investment venues, and the second was to improve methods of receiving feedback from members. He also gave an example as to adopt the technology to get the feedback from our members. This report was proposed by member number 67 and seconded by member number 712. Minute number 8 was the budget for 2024-2025. The Treasurer, Elder Nancy Wanja Mwaura, presented the budget for the period as attached. We have it here in the booklet. She also presented the system calculated figures as the dividend to be paid at 25.2% and interest on savings as 6.3%. This budget was seconded and proposed by member numbers 40 and 155 respectively. Minute 9 dealt with the appointment of auditor. Belmont and Associates had served Simaguri Sacco for 2 years and had expressed interest to remain in office in accordance with section 25 subsection 4 of the Cooperative Societies Act number 2 of 2024. David GW and Associates and Bethel Kiruga and Associate had also applied. The AGM resolved to retain Belmont and Associates, which was proposed and seconded by Margaret and member number 655 respectively. Minute 10 was reaction from and the resolution. The first was Elder Kaifas. He advised that for consistency, the budget should be presented without cents. And the second part was about the borrowing power, which was said that it is a requirement by law. This was proposed and seconded by member number 861 and seconded by member number 443. Minute number 11 was the cooperative officers. Minute number 11. We start with the first one. The Kikuyu Sub-County Cooperative Officer, that is DCO Susan Joroge, stated that she was happy to be present to witness Simaguri Sacco's success as evidenced in the books of account that showed growth in all aspects. She added that Simaguri had become a beacon of hope through good governance and compliance. Commenting about diversifying investments, she was glad the board was taking time to research on the best investment vehicle and reminded them that they had signed indemnity, hence liable in case of a bad investment. She congratulated the board for good governance and compliance again, shown by the many trophies Simaguri had received. She highlighted ways to mitigate scenarios where a Sacco receives more loan applications than the money coming in as. The first one was to obtain loan from other institutions, which will compel the board to revise its credit policy to increase the interest rate, resulting in a higher portfolio at risk, that is a PAR, due to higher default rate. This can't be approved by the cooperative director, she said. She also noted that the other point was to get a grant or interest-free loan, or loan with interest below 1%. The other avenue was to increase members' savings, which she recommended as the best solution. E, she encouraged members to familiarize themselves with the new bill in the Senate. Susan reminded members to guarantee people the amount of money they would be willing to lose. She added that a loan form is a legal document that can be used legally in case of a dispute. According to law, an AGM notice is sent out 2 weeks to the AGM, and audited books of account are available in the office for scrutinizing. These records should not be taken out of the office or photographed or duplicated before the AGM ratified them. Her last point was that a person is deemed a Sacco member after paying a full 10,000 shillings for share capital and 1,000 shillings as registration fees. The minimum requirement for one to qualify for loan, he or she has to be a qualified Sacco member. Minute 12 was about the elections. DCO Susan Njoroge read out the election policy adopted by the 2024 AGM and explained that going forward, members interested to serve in the board or the supervisory committee must send an application in writing to reach the office at least 48 hours before the AGM. A committee chaired by the DCO or a representative from the commissioner's office, one church representative and the Sacco accountant or the CEO or manager will vet the applications. The retiring members of the board and the supervisory committee through the third rotation rule were retained after voting. These were Evangelist Elder Simon Kahinga from Sigona, who was proposed by member 193 and seconded by member 711. Then the other person was Dr. Jacinta Washira from Derry. She was proposed by member number 22 and seconded by 119. And the last was Elder Stephen Njoroge, who was proposed and seconded by member 139 and seconded by 200. Minute 13 was declaration of interest on savings and dividends. Interest on savings and dividends for the year ending 31st December 2024 was declared as 6.3 and 25.2% respectively. A honorarium of 105,000 was also declared. These were proposed and seconded by members 602 and 597 respectively. There was also to capitalize 50% of dividend and interest on savings for members that had less than the minimum 10,000 shillings as the share capital, which was also proposed by member number 26 and member 11 seconded it. Minute 14, members were requested to pass by Hot Points tent to view and order any product of their choice. Members were also asked to fill in their nominee forms at the information desk. Members also asked to confirm their mobile numbers at the information desk. The other point was for those interested to acquire any Simaguri merchandise, that is the jumper, a polo t-shirt, they were to register with the office and pay the amounts indicated there. The last was, there being no other business, the meeting ended with a word of prayer that was conducted by Reverend Eric of CFF Wangige, who is also a member of this Sacco, number 365, at 2:12 p.m. Minutes were recorded by the secretary and signed by the chair.
Thank you, Secretary. Those are the minutes of our MC has stepped out for some urgent business, so we will continue. Those are the minutes of our last AGM, and we want to ask whether there are any corrections, omissions, anything that you have noted from the minutes that was omitted. Those who are in, if there is anything that was omitted before we propose and second, so if as we were reading, there is something you noted, it was discussed, but it was not reported the way it was agreed. By a show of hands, inakaa hakuna. So can we then we propose and second those minutes and say that was our meeting. We owned the meeting, it was our meeting, it's what we discussed. By a show of hands, tuwe na mtu moja wa kupropose. Somebody to propose and somebody to second before we go to matters arising. I think the lights are so bright I can't see hands. Aya, kuna mkono pale. Lucy, number 055 155. Number 155, Lucy Mudhoni. Somebody, another that is proposer, seconder. Yes, we have Reverend Kagiri. Number 67. Yes, number 67, Reverend Kagiri. So the minutes are now our minutes. We can go through any matters arising. Somebody, you have noted something you would like to raise on matters from those minutes from that meeting. Minute 1 was devotion. Anything from the minute 1 devotion? Na nisaidiwe kuangalia. Kama hakuna, welcome and introductions. That is minute 2. Minute 3, it's reading and confirmation of minutes. Matters arising. And minute 3, if there is an issue. From minute 3. Minute 4, it is the management and supervisory reports. Ukiona kitu yenye unataka kuuliza kama ilisemwa na what transpired about it, tafadhali don't let it pass. And that was minute 5 had very many items. It had very many items. I know a few will be captured in our reports, but if there is something you note which you would like clarification on, because minute 6 is about CIC. We had invited somebody from CIC, and we talked about the interests and all, and the medical. And I think we have in our minutes something about the medical cover in our report. There is the issue of the audited accounts. Those ones, we still have audited accounts as an agenda. The budget, to repetisha budget, and that's the budget we are using. Minute 9, we appointed an auditor, and he has been working. We have the cooperative officers report. Elections, uchaguzi, tulichaguana na wale watu walichaguliwa wanaendelea kufanya kazi. Number 13, tuko na declaration of dividend interests and on savings and dividends, and watu walipata. Hakuna mtu amekuja kwa ofisi kusema hajapata, and then kufunga. I know there are issues that will come up when we give our reports. The supervisory have a report, management have a report, we have auditors report. Hiyo ilikuwa mambo ya last year. So if you allow, we can continue with the next item on the agenda, which is annual reports. Kubaria, we have a brief reports, which I want to go through my report before I invite the supervisory. That is the report of the management. It is very brief, and it is on page 7. This is a management report for the year ended 31st December 2025. First, we wish to observe a moment of silence for our fellow cooperator who left us during the year. We lost during the year tulipoteza one of our cooperators from Sigona region, Madam Wilkesta Atieno Warentho, number 824. So I request that the members be stand up for a minute, observe a moment of silence. Our Father, we thank you for the life of our late cooperator, Wilkesta. She was a faithful member of this Sacco. You found it fit to rest her so that she's no longer in our midst. We pray for her family, and we pray that her soul is resting in peace with you. In Jesus' name we pray. Santeni. We as a management are grateful to God who has preserved and brought us this far as we celebrate the 8th AGM. And we also recognize that it is 10 years since the Pcea Simaguri Sacco was registered. The registration took place in February 2016. So we are now 10 years old. Tunashukuru Mungu. Despite the economic challenges in our community, the Sacco has continued to grow consistently in membership, in savings, and overall performance. This demonstrates the confidence our members have in how their funds are managed. Nikushukuru kwa vile tumeendelea, tumemaliza miaka 10 na hata kama hii ni AGM yetu ya 8, mwaka wa kwanza na wa pili hatukuwa na AGM, hatukuwa na kitu kikubwa ya kucelebrate. Tulimaliza miaka miwili hata kabla tumefikisha milioni 2 ya saving. So we had a big challenge, hata tulikuwa na woga kama tutaweza kuendelea, lakini tunashukuru penye tumefika. Mungu ametujalia na tumeona mkono wake. Membership and systems. Active membership as at December 31st, 2025 was 525 members, with 132 new members joining during the year. The new management information system, MSIS, flags dormancy after 1 year of after 1 month of inactivity, significantly improving accuracy in member communication and monitoring savings. Najua wengine watauliza abona numbers zinakaa zimeenda chini. System by December 31st ilikuwa inaonyesha watu wenye walikuwa consistent wanalipa savings kila mwezi bila kuruka, walikuwa 525. Mnakumbuka tumekaa for the last, I think from last year, beginning of last year, tuliwaambia tume-upgrade our software, na vile tuli-upgrade, sasa ukichelewa mwezi moja, system inakuweka red. Unakumbuka vile watu wa mpira kwa uwanja, na kuna some expert footballers here, kwa uwanja unapewa red card. Sasa usiposave mwezi mzima, ukifika mwezi wa pili, akaunti yako inapewa red card by the system. So we are able to tell who actually is consistent. So that 525 ni wale walikuwa wamelipa bila kuruka mwezi. Na hiyo mwaka tulikuwa na 132 new members. Na before I sit down, we will invite the software developer ndio atuelekeze kwa vile sasa tunaweza tumia simu kuaccess mambo yote ya Sacco. Member benefits and services. Members continue to benefit from affordable credit facilities, disciplined savings structures, ongoing financial literacy initiatives via members' education base aimed at long-term economic empowerment and wealth creation. Tunashukuru tumeendelea kupea watu malon na kuelimisha watu, na hata sasa kwa social media watu wanatumiwa tips on mambo ya saving, kwa nini ni muhimu kusave, unasave aje, na kwa hivyo Sacco yetu imekuwa involved kuelimisha watu mambo ya umuhimu, kwa vile mchungaji ametuhubiria umuhimu wa kuweka akiba. Financial performance highlights ni kwamba members deposits have increased by 34%. Last year tulikuwa na 53,508,251 tukifunga mwaka huu wa 2025 tulifunga na savings ya 71,693,380. Na tunashukuru kuna members wamejitahidi sana, and especially kutoka tuweke the daily savings challenge. Kuna watu mpaka wanaweka kila siku, hata kama ni 100, hata kama ni 50. Na hiyo imesaidia sana kwa kupeana loan. Mnakumbuka last year hata tulikuwa tumewaambia mpitishe borrowing power. Tulikuwa tumefika mahali tunaona kama tutakuwa tuna borrow pesa kutoka kwa bank ndio to lend to members. And we were advised by the cooperative officer to encourage members to save more. na tunaona tunaendelea na njia inafaa. So tunashukuru. The number of loans issued reduced. Tumeenda chini kiasi by 8.5%. Now this is attributed to tighter credit appraisal. Tunachunguza maloni sana ndio tusiingie kwa bad debts, and cautious borrowing. Hata watu they are saving wisely, but they are saving regularly, but borrowing wisely, so that you don't get into a problem. Although we really encourage members to borrow ndio waendeleze maisha vizuri. Key events and achievements. Tulikuwa na ushirika day celebrations on 5th of July 2025. Ilikuwa Duberi Stadium. Kulinyesha sana hiyo siku. Tulienda na mvua kubwa, lakini tulienda na juu kutoka last year. Sasa celebrations za shirika zinafanywa not by zone, lakini by as a county. Hatukuwa tumeenda huko tukifikiria tutapata chochote. But as a show of our commitment and good governance, we got a trophy, in getting a trophy from the county. From the county, all the Saccos in the county put together, munatupigia makofi. This time we even got the bigger trophy. Zile zingine zilikuwa ndogo dogo. And we were categorized as in the medium category 2, the best dividend payout. Hii ndio tulipewa uko Ndumberi. This year I know, madam is here. Sasa sijui tutafanya nini, tutakununulia mandazi. Tusikose kitu. Lakini it's about the work that you people do, how you save, and we are happy. And we really want also to appreciate our auditor. He has been guiding us very well. We are novices when it comes to mambo ya hesabu. Ametusaidia sana. And then we also the education day, we had an education day in July, on 19th of July 2025, and the topic was on financial literacy, savings, growth, and responsible borrowing, and 128 members attended. So hiyo ilikuwa mambo ya achievements. Governance, capacity building, and partnerships. The cooperative ministry organizes so that our board members, watu wa board, watu wa supervisory, wanakutana na wengine, wanaelimishwa, ndio wajue penye wataendeleza mambo ya cooperative. And we are realizing, madam will tell us, we are realizing the government, wamefungua macho kwa Sacco, mpaka every time you read something in the media about Sacco you get scared. Serikali imeona watu walitoroka kwa bank, wameingia kwa Saccos. So madam will tell us what exactly is happening. But we have been there. We went for some forums in Kiambu. They normally invite us to Kiambu. Na tunaenda mkutano, hata watu wa supervisory wanaenda. Na kuna workshop inakuanga Mombasa, na tulituma watu 3. Tulienda benchmarking huko Ndeia, one of the best performing Saccos in our region. And it's a new community Sacco, lakini wamejitahidi sana. We were very impressed, and we are trying to align ourselves with the best practices. Na tuko na policy document ya our operations, na iko hapa, na ni 200. Tuko na policy document ya Sacco yetu. Hata Ben akona zingine pale kwa desk. It's good kusoma na kujua ni aje Sacco inataka kuendelea. So we have that document which we developed with the assistance of the cooperative office. On innovations and growth initiatives, we remember we said we capitalized 50% of dividends. Kuna watu hawajafikisha the minimum 10,000 share capital, na tulipitisha kwa AGM that every time tukipeana dividend mpaka mtu afikishe 10,000 unapata nusu. Tuseme kama dividend yako na interest on savings ni 5,000, unapewa 2,500, hiyo ingine 2,500 inaenda kwa share capital. Juu kama haujafikisha 10,000 share capital, haujakuwa member kamili, because share capital, na madam will explain to us, share capital is what makes you a bona fide member of the Sacco. Tulifungua from the advice of the last AGM, tuliambiwa we diversify saving, but we were not able to go very far. Tafuta investment iko mbali sana. Tuliangalia hiyo ya CAC fixed fund, na tukachukua the retained earnings and the share capital, tukacombine, tukaweka kwa CAC fixed fund. Interest yao iko juu kiasi, na hiyo pesa sasa imefungwa, inaenda miezi 3, miezi 6 hivi. Inasaa kiasi. Auditor will tell us, will give us in his account. We are still tuko hapo kwa kuangalia ni gani ukiweka pesa haitapotea. We always remember, and we are in consultation. Hii pesa sio yetu. Sio vile unaweza chukua pesa yako uweke mahali kwa inaitwa bahati na nasibu. Sasa hatutaki kufanya hivyo na pesa yenu. Wakati unaitaka ukute tulirusha mahali ikapotea, hiyo sasa itakuwa shida. So we are very, very careful. And because we have seen Saccos who have over-adventured, na shida inatokea na members wanaumizika sana. So as a church Sacco, we don't want our members to lose. So we initiated also the daily savings challenge, na tuna watu recognize wenye wamekuwa very consistent. We award the consistency and the highest saving from the daily savings challenge. We have also engaged on social media, na niliwaonyesha huyo msichana mwenye anatusaidia na social media marketing, and we are very happy with we are receiving calls from people outside our area who see how we are doing, and then it has helped to give us visibility. And we also have a new the upgraded management system, na bado hiyo imetusaidia. Now you can save directly. Ukisave na pesa inaenda direct to your account without having to forward the message to Ben kumwambia sasa weka hii mahali fulani. That is what we have been doing. Ukiweka 10,000 unaambia Ben 2 ni ya loan na 3 ni ya hivi. Sasa atatuonyesha how it is working. And those of us who have used it, it is actually working well. Now there is last year they were introduced to a medical cover ya CIC pia, na kuna watu tayari register, wameingia, forms ziko pale. If you want to join the medical cover, at the premiums kuna list hapo, na it is going to help our members. We also had talked about the Sacco Provident Fund. You see, tunapoteza member. Na kama Sacco tuliona we don't have any way of kuenda kuomboleza na huyo member, And so you remember last year we said we have a provident fund na actualized. Registration fee ni 300 na annual contribution is 200. There is a schedule in our policy document ya kuonyesha how we will share support the member when there is bereavement. Na hiyo pesa tayari imekatwa kwa account yako for the year 2026. But kuna mahali utakuwa unaiona kwa hiyo software yenye tumedevelop. The benefits we said is 20,000 for principal member. Akituacha tunapea familia 20,000. Na hiyo ni sasa ni ile imetoka kwa members. Na for spouse 10,000. Na for biological children 10,000. That is how we agreed, and that is what is in the policy document. We also have rolled out new products. We have the Simaguri Junior Savings, iko kwa software yetu, kwa hiyo system. Medical cover iko, na hata iko pia iko kwa hiyo system. Na the Freedom Lock Savings Account, tunaita SIFA. Unafunga pesa kwa muda kiasi, wakati unaitaka unaitoa. And we are also working on mobile lending. Mobile lending is just waiting minutes of this Sacco, of this AGM, to open an account in the bank. Tulikuwa huko na manager akatuelekeza penye tutafungua, ndio ile pesa tutaset aside ya mobile lending itoke kwa main account. Ndio ukitaka kuenda kwa simu kuboro, it takes you to the mobile lending account. So when we have tukiipitisha, we will do minutes, and then madam will give us kabarua tupeleke kwa bank. The challenges we have encountered, loan guarantorship, hii bado imekuwa changamoto. The only people who don't have a big problem ni wenye wamejiunga kwa cell group. We have a few very, very strong cell groups, and they monitor each other, wanaangaliana, na mpaka wanaulizana umelipa, na asipolipa wanamfuata. All we need to do ni kupigia moja wa hiyo cell group. Fulani hajalipa, wanatuambia msijari, huyo tuko na yeye. And we are very happy about such cell groups. So and that is really helping kumaliza hii mambo ya nitatoa wapi guarantor. Kwa hivyo tukipatana kama hapa, juaneni ndio mforme cell group, na mkiaminiana. Kuna cell groups hata tulikuwa tumeenda kuwatembelea kuona biashara wanafanya, na unaona hawa watu wanafaidika. So hiyo imekuwa challenge. Inconsistent in saving habits. Hiyo tena tuangamisha sana. Mtu anasahau kabisa hata ukitumia message, and we said you can save as little as 100. Bora by the end of the month iwe imefika 1,000. So hiyo imekuwa shida kwa members, and it also limits your capacity to take a loan, because statement ikitolewa ulisahau miezi miwili na wageni inakurudisha nyuma, because you must save now 3 months to show consistency. So unaona sasa unakasirika, unasema hawa management hawatuhurumii, but the policy is consistent saving. You must be saving every month. Na ukichukua loan, you must be paying it. Hiyo ndio sheria ya savings and cooperative societies, na tunaifuata. Na hapa niseme kwa hii challenge, watu wetu kwamba sasa sisi, mimi ni elder wa Pcea. Na Sacco ni Pcea Simaguri Sacco. There is nothing inaweza kukusaidia. Kama you are not saving consistently, you are not paying loan consistently, tutaomba lakini mambo itaishia hapo kwa kuomba. Wewe kazi yako ufanye. Hata kama ni mchungaji, hata mchungaji Kagiri akikuja, sema najua mimi ni mchungaji wako, si unihurumie na wewe, najua hakuna, tunafuata sheria. Members, I want to assure you that this Sacco is run from the bylaws and the cooperative system. There is hakuna kubend juu ya tunasoma pamoja, we are in the same prayer group. Hiyo hatufanyi. I want to assure you that. Membership withdrawals ya mtu, kuna watu wanakasirika haraka sana akikosa garanta na ananipigia chair, si unitafutie garanta. Now I want to tell you again here, member, siwezi kukuambia, unajua Reverend Kagiri ni member. It's not the work of management to tell you who is a member. And this has also been a challenge. Ni vizuri niseme hivyo, cooperative officer akiwa hapa, and she's a new one, ajue we are not allowed to direct you as a management, to direct you to who is a member. We are not. The Lord, hiyo ni sasa ni kutoa siri ya mwenyewe. Ni mkiwa hapa mnaonana, that's why we call education day, AGM, kuja, jua, ulizanani hapo kwa kanisa, wewe uliingia Simaguri, ndio, you do, because now if nikienda nikisema ongeresha wa Karanja, sasa nimemharibia. Alikuwa amejipanga mambo ingine, na sasa anaambiwa chair aliniambia you are a member, si unisainie. Now even the confidentiality, the integrity, si tunaharibu. So msituweke kwa inaitwa nini, kwa magerio. Hiyo magerio msituweke, ndio tuweze kuendelesha Sacco vizuri. Our outlook, we are not we may appear like we are not very ambitious, but our intention is to grow the Sacco. The year started positively. We have new members joining the Sacco, and we have a good number already. And now we have this AGM. We have a members education day. And of course we have those products which you have said we are rolling out. In conclusion, the Board of Management expresses sincere appreciation to members for their continued trust, commitment and resilience, and extends gratitude to the Presbytery for its unwavering support. Tunashukuru sana, nimewaambia mara kwa mara, hatulipi ofisi. We don't pay rent for the office. The Presbytery has allowed us to use their space. And that is a very big milestone, a very big plus for us, because budget ya rent, hatuna hiyo. Budget ya security, hatuna. Hiyo security tunalipiwa na watu wasigona. Si mnaona tunafaidika? Tumefaidika kwa kanisa, and na tukifaidika ni hata nyinyi, hata mwenye sio wa Pcea amefaidika pia. Yeah, we have embraced people from all areas. So we are happy and we are committed. We remain committed to empowering our members economically and to promote responsible financial practices and ensure sustainable growth in line with our mission and our values. So we promise you as a board that we are committed kuendeleza Sacco kulingana na mawaidha yenye imewekwa na serikali na tukifuata mienendo ya kanisa. That is our management report. That is our management report. Mambo ya dividend hiyo itaongeleshwa na treasurer na auditor. And so I wish that we receive this report. We have so that if there are any questions based on this, there are things to we receive it. Let's have someone. MC hajarudi. Ona sasa nafanya kazi mara mbili. Na sitaki kuambia secretary akuje juu yeye ndiye anaandika minutes. Yeah.
So tukisimamia MC wetu ni kuuliza ni nani ata propose ndio tu accept report ya chair wetu. Unainua tu mkono, unatupatia namba yako ndio tuna record. We need a proposer and a seconder of the chairperson's report or the management report. Haya, tuko hapa.
S0221 I propose.
S0221 seconder.
S0008 I second.
Santi S08. Possibly any reactions from the management report? Kama kuna mtu ako na swali ungetaka kuuliza kwa report yetu ya management report. Yes, kuna swali hapa. Pengine tuulize alafu chair atajibu pamoja.
Okay, 729 is my number. I would like the chair to expound much on this item number 7 on the Simaguri roll out new products. The products, there is this Simaguri Freedom Lock Savings Account. For those maybe who are not very much in the social media, can you maybe expound much on that, please?
Thank you. Freedom Lock account. Kuna mwingine? Swali lingine kutoka kwa management report? Yes.
Member 555. Oh, okay. About the Sacco Provident Fund, is it a must that everybody has to join?
Provident Fund, swali ni kama, is it a must for everyone?
Okay, member number 516 on item number 7, where you've given the benefit if we lose a member, spouse or a child. How is this to be communicated? Because sometimes one may lose a child. How are you going to know? That is a question.
Sawa sawa. Kuna mtu mwingine? Any other concern? I think ni hizo. You are raising a hand? Okay.
Okay, number 1026. Ni mumesema utakuwa call member ukifikisa 10,000 and you get a dividends of 1 year. How can I get that money? Because on last December I didn't find. Yeah. Umefikisha 10,000.
Member anasema amefikisha share capital ya 10,000 lakini ni kama hakupata ya last year. Yes. Any other? Kwa hivyo tunaweza jibu hayo, chair, from the management.
Wacha nianze na hiyo. No, kila mtu mwenye amequalify kupata dividend anapata. Dividend ni kwa share capital. Interest on savings. Kila mtu anapata. lakini mnakumbuka tulipitisha 3 AGMs zimepita, kila mtu afikishe minimum share capital ya 10,000 kila mtu, na tukapitisha mwenye hajafikisha 10,000 wakati wa kulipwa dividend anakatwa nusu ya hiyo dividend, inaenda kujaza ile share capital ndio ifike 10,000. So depending na hata kama dividend na interest zako ilikuwa 2,000, unapewa 1,000. Hiyo ingine inaenda kujaza your share capital. Now kama haukupata, kama ulikuwa umefikisha na haukupata, then you need to talk to the accountant. Tulituma na simu, we transferred the money directly from our cooperative bank account. Mulipata message kutoka cooperative bank account? Yes. Tulituma na cooperative bank account using ile mobile number umeregister nayo. Hata saa hii hivyo ndivyo tu. Jana na juzi we spent the whole day going through the mobile numbers and confirming hizi ndizo mobile numbers members wamepeana. Because previously tulikuwa tunapea watu check, tulikuwa because now of the software that Samuel developed for us, we are able to do real time. Hata leo mkipitisha real time might mean by evening uko na pesa yako kwa mfuko. So kama haukupata, please confirm with our accountant. Maybe there was a mistake with your mobile number. We hope haikuenda kwa mwingine. Just confirm with him. Sawa. Because we use the numbers you give us. Na hakuna mtu tulideny. Watu wenye atupei pesa ni kama haujafikisha ni 200. Sasa 200 inaenda kwa your savings. Kama ni 200 inamaanisha hata wewe hausave, you are not serious. So the board is mtu hako serious. So usave. Now mambo ya sifa ni Simaguri Rock Savings Account, the Freedom Account. Ni kama hivi.
Chair, yes. Kama treasurer anataka kuongeza something on that.
Okay.
Thank you, Chair. Nataka kuongeza juu ya my sister pale. Kama uko na arrears ya loan, I don't know. If you have arrears ya loan, hatuwezi kukupea pesa na uko na arrears. Na hata pengine imeenda miezi. Tunaelewana? So what you are going to do, we are going to sort it out with the accountant. Tuangalia account yako vile inakaa and why you did not get your money. Please muone accountant after the meeting. Thank you.
Hiyo ingine ni hiyo ya sifa. It's like a fixed account. Kazi yayo ni uko na pesa na hauitumii saa hii, unaihitaji after a while, unaiweka kama ile holiday lock saving. Tuna holiday lock saving. Already kuna watu walikuwa wameweka the other year, December ikifika akakujia, they just give 7 days notice, nitatoa pesa yangu, sasa ni wakati wa kwenda holiday, anaitoa. Anaenda nayo without being charged anything. So ni hivyo tu hiyo inafanya. You have some money, you want to do some business sometime, lakini hiyo wakati haijafika, ukiweka kwa nyumba ama kwa bank utakuwa unaitoa na unaikula. Now, the difference between this and a fixed deposit, because watu wameuliza, ni hii. Unajua fixed deposit unaenda na pesa lump sum kwa bank. Unaenda na 5,000 ama 10,000 unaifunga. Hii ya freedom, you don't have to have the lump sum. Una 1,000 leo, next week umepata 2,000, next week, the other week 500, you have given yourself 6 months. unaenda ukibuild, ikifika penye unataka sasa una give information. That is how it operates. Na the requirements are there. Ukiona Ben atakupea requirements. Now provident, tulipitisha provident ni compulsory. Anybody who is a member of Pcea Simaguri Sacco is at risk of losing someone or losing themselves. Si ndio tulisema? Tulisema we are at risk, all of us. And so as a Sacco, juu tulikuja pamoja, kukiwa na jambo kama hiyo kwa member, then we want to feel as a Sacco tumeshikania na familia ya our co-partner. And that's why we said from the year 2026 to a provident fund. So it is compulsory for every member. Ukiwa member, you are member of the provident. Hiyo tulipitisha in the other AGM. Na hiyo tayari system imeikata. Already imekata new member analipa registration ya 300 and annual kwa kila mwaka ni 200. We pray that we don't lose many people, but there are times kuna mwaka tuli lose I think 3 or 4 members in a year. So we get information that we want. That's why now this information is coming to the Sacco, to the AGM. Your members wajue kuna provident fund. So your next of kin should know, so that if something has happened, wana inform office. Now the member, if you lose a significant other person like a spouse or a child, inform the office. And of course there is the documentary requirement. Inform the office, and then your mambo ingine itafuata. We cannot know until we are told. Hata si maandiko inasema watajuaje kama hajawaambiwa. Hivyo mnasema alafu tunafanya hivyo. So I think we are good with the management report. We have this information. Tuko na pesa kwa account yenye hatujui wenyewe. Nimeweka wapi ya makaratasi? Iko huko. We hope using the software things will be easier. You know, I'm using this table, although kuna hii, because mnaona I'm hate challenged. I feel like you are not seeing me. Because of that challenge I hate. Now, we have money which is in our bank account. Na ingine imeishi muda mrefu. 2021 January 1st January 2021 32,000 shillings. November 2021 1,000. 2021 December 1,000. February 2020. Yeah, we have several amounts for 2021. 32,000, 1,000, 1,000, 8,000, 1,000, 4,000, 4,500, 5,739, 1,000, 1,000, 2,000, 10,000 in 2024, 2,000, 2,573, 4,000, hata kuna shilingi moja, 2,500, 4,117, 6,288, hizo ni za last year, 6,288. We have 10,000 in June last year and 760. A total of 101, 478. Money in our account, haijaidikiwa ni nani aliweka. These are monies mainly sent through the agent. Haina jina, haina member number. Now that money becomes a problem to us because we can't even take it to the unclaimed assets because it has no owner. You know, unclaimed assets mtaambiwa mpeane jina na maybe phone number. So it is money that is disturbing our treasurer and even our auditor. Now, if you are the one who deposited that money, just bring evidence so that it is credited to your account. Sawa sawa. Now, before I give Samuel to say something about, to demonstrate how we are using the new software, I want to recognize people who participated in the daily savings challenge. Stephen utakuja mkiwa na Julia ndio mtoe hizi vitu tupeane. Tutapea Francis Wawero Joroge, member number 698. Francis Wawero Joroge, we are giving them a mug. Fungua maga aone ni nini. Ya cooperative officer ipatiane. Tumesema anabeba chai ama maji ya kukunywa akienda kazi. Cooperative officer help us. He is the winner of
haya, tumpigie makofi bwana Wawero, asante sana.
Stephen Kimani Kirumba.
Stephen Kimani Kiruba.
Stephen Kimani Kirumba wafuatane na Joseph Jogu Mombi. Joseph Jogu Mombi. Ivarini Ngedoke hiyo.
Haya.
Niambiwe mwenye hayuko?
Chukua na imani, kuna kitu ndani.
Joseph Jogu Mombi yako? Hayuko? Evarin Ngendo hayuko. Steven Inyoto Nganga hako. Haya, makofi.
Elda yuko.
Elizabeth Wairi Mukenoro hako huku.
Elizabeth yuko, anakuja.
Yuko, yes. Mapigieni makofi. Sara Aduta Nyoro. Sara Aduta Nyoro. Makofi. Yeah, these are people.
Picha iko pale.
Pigeni picha. The Daily Savings Challenge. Julius Karaoke Dongo. Julius Karaoke Dongo ako huko. Hajakuja.
Makofi.
Frederick Nganga Wajiko.
Manarika wetu, asante.
Frederick Nganga Wajiko. Yes.
Frederick
hayuko hapa.
Kama hayuko.
Helen Wangoi Karaoke.
Helen Wangoi Karaoke. Kuna watu wako nje, tunafikiria wanasikia hata wale wako nje.
Haya, sawa. Hizi watawekewa. Thank you. We will ask our auditor atupeanie these items for the best in loan repayment. Notebook. Yeah, Stephen Inyoto Nganga, best in loan repayment. The diaries. John Moeha Karaoke, huyo akona. Yeah. John Moeha Karaoke, huyo akona apology. Mere Murugi Budhia ako huku.
Yes, Mary yuko.
Mere Murugi
anakuja.
Wanakuja. Haya. Best in loan repayment. Ale Swahili Mogetao. Alice Wairimo wamechukuliwa na system.
Alice Wairimo Gitau.
Alice Wairimo Gitau
kama hayuko.
Alice hayuko. Ann Muthoni Kanja.
Ann Muthoni
Kanja hayuko. Margaret Joki Kamitha. Margaret Joki. Thought I had seen Margaret.
Anakuja. Ako pale nje, anakuja.
Ako hapo. Stanley Joroga wa Johe.
Harakisha Margaret.
Stanley Joroga wa Johe. Ayuko. Jennifer Mwehaki Kamotho.
Jennifer amekimbia, anakuja.
Okay. Hawa ni watu wanalipa loan vizuri. Felix Wangunyo Kamau. Watu wanalipa loan na watu subui atuwapigii simu. Margaret Wajiko Kenya Njui.
Makofi kwa
Margaret Wajiko Kenya Njui.
Felix. Margaret.
Pigieni huyu mama makofi mazuri. This was the lady who took loan ya kwanza ya title deed. The first ya security ya title deed huyu madam ndio alichukua, and she has been very faithful. Asante sana. Highest in savings. Mase wapo Inyoro. Mase ako. Mase Wambui. Haya. Anakuja. Mpe the big notebook. Hiyo kubwa.
Yes.
Ani Muthoni Kenya Njui.
Makofi.
Ani Muthoni Kenya Njui. Ani Muthoni Kenya Njui. Hayuko. Anthony Mindu Jue. Anthony Mindu. Ako hapa? Hayuko. Reverend Kagiri John. Yeni Reverend Kagiri mpe kikombe. Mpe Reverend kikombe. Mpe kikombe. Anabeba uji.
Tumaji tuandimu kauji.
Haya.
Asante
Stanley
Reverend.
Stanley Joroga wa Johe. Ako hapa? Hakuwa amekuja. Okay. Thank you. We are now recognizing the people who came first. Punctuality Award. This Punctuality Award list ilikuwa ilienda wapi? I was given a karatasi. Kuna karatasi nilipewa. Na yeah, the first one ni Steven Inyoto.
Elda tena.
Mpe the hard notebook. No, mpe kikombe. Mpe kikombe ingine. Amba atajua penye atagawa. David Mwangi. Na Samuel Gitau. Ape vikombe.
Next time watu wafike mapema, kuna zawadi.
Wafika mapema. Huyu mzee nilimkuta akiketi kwa kiti pale. Thank you so much. We appreciate. Tujipigia makofi sisi wote kwa kuja. I wanted to give Samuel to take us through the software, but we have a special request from our auditor. He came early. We give him a few minutes, take us through the audited accounts, and then we will give Samuel so that then we go to supervisory.
So tumkaribisha auditor wetu ili atusomee hesabu. You can use, at least you're not challenged, you can use the podium.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair, the Management Committee, the clergy, and the members of Simaguri Sacco. Hamjambo. Hamjambo tena. God is good and all the time. Thank you so much. My name is Steve Muru from Belmont and Associates. We are an accounting firm. We provide audit services. And I want to say a special thank you to all of you because you gave us the opportunity to do the audit a second time for the year 2025. And I'm going to take us through. I'm sure we all have this report, right? So tutaenda pole pole, and I'm going to take questions. So first I'll do the presentation. Ukiwa na swali, I'm going to answer all the questions. Sawa sawa. All right. So let's go to page 17. Page 17. Page 17. Page number iko hapo chini. All right. Tuko hapo. So we are looking at the Pcea Simaguri Sacco Society Limited statement of profit or loss and other comprehensive income for the year ended 31st December 2025. Tuko hapo, si ndio? Good. So the profit or loss is simply a breakdown of the income that the Sacco received and the expenses for that particular year. And then at the bottom, we have the surplus or the deficit. Sawa sawa. So we start with the revenue. The revenue comprises of interest on loans and advances. For the year 2025, it was 7,016,371 compared to 2024, which was 5,251,699, which is a 34% increase, which shows that 2025 was a good year for the Sacco, right? So if you want to see the breakdown of that figure, we are going to go to page 24. Page 24. So I want you to hold it like this. You hold that page 17 and page 24. Okay? Page 24. Page 24 at the top, note number 2. We have the interest income. Under the interest income, we have the various products that the Sacco issues. And that is where we're generating the interest from. The first one is development loan. For 2025, it increased. It was 4.1 million compared to 2024, meaning development loan is one of the main source of income for the Sacco. We also have emergency loan. We have investment loan, school fee loan, agriculture loan, and asset financing loan. So if you total all those, you're going to get 7,016,371 compared to 2024, which was 5,251,699. Okay? Turudi pale, niliwaambia tushike hivi. Yeah? So you hold it like this, where you have page 17 and you have page 24. We go back to page 17, where we have other interest income. That is note number 3. It was Kenya shillings 2,400,971 compared to 2024, which was 1,613,838. That is 9%. That's a 49% increase compared to 2024. So turudi pale nyuma, 24. You can see note number 3, it's interest from CIC savings account. All right. So as Madam Chair had explained, we do have CIC. It has been there. And as you can see, there was an addition or an increase compared to the previous year because of the additional savings that were done there. And that's why we are getting the 2.4 compared to 1.6. Are we okay? Good. Turudi pale, page 17. Page 17, if you add interest on loans and advances and other interest income, which we have looked at, you're going to get total interest income of 9,417,342 compared to 2024, which stood at 6,865,537. So that is the income. Twende chini yake, tuko na interest expense. Interest expense, that is note number 5, For 2025, it was 4,444,990 compared to 2024, which was 3,103,429, which is a 43% increase. We go back to page 24. Note number 5, you will have interest on members' deposits. So this is the interest that is going to be paid to you, the members, all right? And we are going to see the interest rates. So that's why you're getting the 4,444,990 compared to the 3.1 in 2024. To Rudy, page 17. It's very easy kama utaishika tu hivi, ni kuenda hivi na hivi. Tumeangalia the interest expense, tumeangalia the interest income. When you take the interest income, you deduct the interest expense, you are left with the net interest income, which is Kenya shillings 4,972,352, compared to the previous year, which was 3,762,059. Below, we have what we are calling other operating incomes. That is note number 4. This is 89,600 compared to the previous year, which was 101,735. And the breakdown of that is on page 17, where you can see the other operating income, where we are talking about the registration fees, 68,500. We have the passbook of 11,600. We have the loan processing of 9,500, totaling to 89,500. And in the previous year, it was 101,735. Now, we go back to page 17 again. Now we go to the expenditures. So under expenditures, we have two classifications. We have administrative expense, and we have other operating expense. So for the administrative expense, this stood at 2,693,586 compared to 2024, which was 2,980,265, meaning that administrative expenses reduced by 10% compared to 2024. And the breakdown of the administrative expenses is also on page 24. Note number 6, where we have all the way from office expenses, office stationaries, repairs, all the way down to marketing expense of 346,870. If you total all that, you're going to get 2,693,586 compared to 2.980265 for 2024. Turudi tena, page 17. Other operating expenses, that is note number 7. We have 269,252 for 2025 compared to 190,458 for 2024, meaning it's a 41% increase in 2025 compared to 2024. And the other operating expenses, they are on page 25. Pale juu, other operating expenses, that is note number 7. We have bank charges, we have provision for bad loans, and we have depreciation. All right? I'll show you how the depreciation is coming about when we are looking at the balance sheet. So the total operating expenses is 269,252 compared to 190,458. Turudi tena page 17, msichoke kwenda mbele na nyuma. So we've seen the expenditures, we've seen the administrative expenses, we have seen the other operating expenses. If you take the incomes and then you deduct all the expenses, we are going to be left with a surplus, all right? Meaning our income is more than the expenses, and that's why we are having a surplus for the year of 2,099,114 compared to 2024, which was 693,071. So what that means is that 2025 was a very good year for Simaguri because you were able to increase your surpluses compared to 2024. When we have surpluses, we are supposed to pay taxes, and this is paid to the government or to KRA, and we compute tax, at 30% because we are a trading society, giving us 387.26 compared to the previous year, which was 272,596. And after we've paid the taxes, we are left with the net surplus for the year of 1,712,89 compared to 2024, which was 420,475. As a requirement, we are supposed to transfer 20% to the statutory reserve. So we compute from the surpluses, and we're going to get 342,418 compared to 84,095. The surplus for the year, after we've paid the taxes and we've transferred to the statutory reserve, is going to be 1,369,671 compared to 2024, which was 336,380. Are we okay? Tumeweza kufuata? Sawa sawa. Sinimalize balance sheet and then tuulize maswali. All right? Let's finish the balance sheet. So the balance sheet is on the next page, page 18. Page 18. Okay. So Pcea, Simaguri Sacco Society Limited, statement of financial position as at 31st December 2025. So we start with the assets. So for the assets, we have cash and cash equivalent. It was closing at Kenya shillings 1,203,589 compared to 2024, which was 210,938. The breakdown for that is on page 25. So zishike tena hivi because tutaenda mbele na nyuma. Just hold that page 18 and page 25. So for the cash and cash equivalent, note number 8. Note number 8. Tuko na Coop Bank savings account that was closing with 1,051,193. And we also have the current account, which is closing at 152,396. If you add those two, you're going to get 1,203,589 compared to 2024, which was 210,938. Tuko sawa? Haya, turudi pale page 18. Ishike tu hivi. Page 18. The second item is loans to members. This is note number 9. For 2025, the loans to members it closed at a balance of 60,112,690 compared to 2024, which was 49,131,518. So the breakdown is on page 25, note number 9, where we have loans to members. We have development loan, we have emergency loan, agriculture loan, investment loan, school fees loan, asset financing, and we have a provision. We are required to do a provision based on all the loans that have been issued, and that's why we have 150,000. So the total loans to members that were issued and were closing as of 31st December 2025 is 60,112,690 compared to 49,131,518 for 2024. Turudi tena, page number 18. Page number 18. The third item, we are looking at trade and other receivables. That is note number 10. 2025 closed with 2,283,512 compared to 2024, which was 849,809. We go back to page 25, where we are having note number 10, other receivables. Now, what this relates to, they are those interests from the products that have been issued that had not been received by 31st December. So they have moved to December. They are actually going to be received in 2026. So we have development loans, we have investment loans, emergency loans, and agriculture as well as school fees. So that is the interest that was outstanding by the close of the year. We go back to page 18. We go to item number 4, that is the equipment. Equipment, note number 12, 337,528 compared to 158,294. This one is on page 26. 26 at the top, equipment. 26. We have equipment, and the equipments that the society owns includes furnitures, and we also have computers. All right. So the value of the furnitures is 300,303, and we also have computers of 197,634. That is the cost. We subject this to depreciation at reducing balance, and the charge for the year is going to be 7,949 for furnitures and 29,045. We have the depreciation rates at the top. So for furnitures, we are depreciating at 10%, and for the computers, we are depreciating at 25%. So the total depreciation for furnitures and computers is going to be 36,994. And that is the figure I had said we have in the operating expenses because it's a depreciation charge. Assets do lose value. Let's go back to page 18. We've looked at equipment. The next item is financial assets, page 18. Financial assets closed Kenya shillings 18,982,711 compared to 2024, which was 11,264,584. And what that relates to is the amount of investment at CIC that had been put by the Sacco. We continue. So the total assets, if we are going to add all the assets, that is from the cash to the loans to members, trade and other receivables, equipments, and financial assets, we get total assets of Kenya shillings 82,920,029. Below, we have liabilities. We have member savings. That is note number 13. Note number 13 is on page 26. Page 26. Note number 13. Page 26. Note number 13. Where we are having member savings. This is a cumulative balance. So whatever was closing in the previous year keeps on increasing in the current year. So the amount of savings that the members, you as the members have done, cumulatively up to 31st December is coming to 71,693,380. To Rudy, page 18. We've seen the member savings. The other items is trade and other payables. Note number 14. It closed at 820,661 compared to 2024, which closed at 662,707. The breakdown is on page 26. Note number 14. Note number 14, you get a breakdown from the provision for honoraria, audit fees, all the way to the tax liability. As I said, we are mandated to pay taxes on our surplus. And since it has not been paid, we create it as a provision. So the taxation is coming to 387.26. And if you are to add all the trade payables, we are going to get 820,661 compared to 2024, which closed at 662,707. Tuko pamoja? Kabisa? Haya, tuendelee. Turudi page 18. Page 18, where we have interest stroke dividends to members. For the year 2025, the dividends and interest provision is coming to Kenya shillings 5,292,674 compared to what was provided in 2024, which was 3,728,100. And the breakdown of that is on page 27. Page 27. Note number 15. Interest stroke dividends to members. So for the interest on members' deposits, we've provided, or the management recommended interest of 6.2% compared to the previous year, which was coming to around 6%. And dividends of 24%, and last year it was given around 22%. So the total interest is coming to 4,444,990, and the dividends is coming to 847,684, giving a total of 5,292,674, compared to 2024 of 3,728,100. Turudi tena page 18, msichoke. So page 18, we've seen the interest stroke dividends to members. If you are to sum up all the liabilities from member savings, trade and other payables, interest stroke dividends to members, the total liability is coming to Kenya shillings 77,806,715. All right. Below that, we go to the shareholders' funds, where we have the share capital. This has increased from 2,839,191 in 2024 to 3,532,018. And the breakdown of this is on page 19. Just pindua kitabu hivi. Page 19. Kipindua tu kitabu, you will see the statement of changes in equity as at 31st December 2025. Tuko hapo. So we have, the top one is for last year, 2024. And then hapa chini ni balances as at 1st January 2025. All right? It's also a running balance. So whatever closed in 2024 will be opening in 2025. Okay? So another thing to note, we've classified them according to the way we've provided them. So the first column is share capital. All right? So your balance yote kwenda hivi ni share capital. The second column is retained earnings. The third column is general reserve. And the fourth column is statutory reserve. And then we have the total. All right? So we've separated them. So the first column is the share capital. It opened at 2,839,151. That is for 2025. And the new members, because we had members who joined the Sacco with a value of Kenya shilling 692,825. If you are to add those two, you are going to get 3,532,018. Tuko pamoja? That is where the share capital is coming from. Sawa. It is what was opening or closing last year, plus the members who have joined in 2025, and that's how we get the total. Turudi hapo page 18. So you've seen the first one is the share capital. The second one is the reserves, where in 2024 it was 660,210, and now it has increased to 1,002,628. So for the reserves is the second column. Ukirudi page 19. Your page 219, the next page, the second column is retained earnings. Sindio? So the opening was 206,681 for 2025. Tukakuwa na ile surplus that we are getting from the profit and loss. Whatever remained after we paid taxes and statutories. We are going to have 1,712,089. And then we are mandated, as I mentioned, to transfer 20% to the statutory reserve. All right? That's why you can see the 314,418 is in brackets. Tunaitoa kutoka kwa retained earnings. All right? And then there are proposed honoraria of 160, and of course the dividends that you, the members, are going to enjoy. So all this is actually being deducted from the retained earnings. And that's why you can see on that column, the total retained earning is coming to 578,668. Tuko pamoja? All right? The third column is the general reserve. It's a provision for any eventuality. That's why it has been created. And the fourth column is the statutory reserve. As I said, we are mandated to do that, which is a 20% transfer every year. So that explains, back to page 18. Back to page 18. That explains the share capital. It also explains the reserves, and it also explains retained earnings. If you total all that, you're going to get 5,113,314. And if you take the shareholders' funds, and you add the total liabilities, we are going to get total equity and liabilities of 82,920 and 29. That explains the balance sheet. Tuko pamoja? Now I'm open to questions. Mtu yote yako na swali? You want a clarification? Please just ask. To explain it easy. So maybe we can have a mic.
Thank you so much. Nafikiria tunaweza kwanza receive the accounts so that we may be able to ask questions. MC wetu amerudi, alikuwa ameshikiliwa. Hiyo hesabu ni yetu, mapato na matumizi. Sasa tunauliza mtu mmoja propose na mwingine ya second so that we may be able to ask questions because it will be our document. Proposer? Number 516 ame propose. Seconder? Number 926 ame second. So we have received the accounts as our document. Kwa hivyo sasa tunaweza uliza maswali kuhusu hesabu ndio auditor wetu ajibu. Kama uko na swali inua mkono, tukuletee kipasa sauti ili ulize swali. Na ame explain pole pole. Mahesabu inataka pole pole. Ndio watu washike vizuri. Tuulize maswali zote, ajibu pamoja.
Nashukuru kwa ile umetuelezea.
Member number?
I'm here on behalf of number S0663. Nashukuru kwa vile umeelezea. Hata vile explain hayo yote mahesabu. But I'm wondering, kasi sisi hatujapata any dividend from the beginning. Tutasipata leo?
Haya, umepata swali, sijui kama hiyo ni auditor ama ni ya management. Another question?
Okay. 0729. Nilikuwa nataka kuuliza this 20% on this is page 17 on surplus for the year. The 20% of hiyo wanasema statutory reserve, hiyo ni pesa tunalipa kwa serikali for what, and is it paid by cooperatives only ama ni kila mtu ambaye anatengeneza pesa? The second question is about what compromises about debt, because if I don't pay my loan and I have guarantors, if I pass on, is it a bad loan inalipa ama inalipwa na the guarantors? The question.
Thank you.
Thank you. Member number 712. Just a few questions or clarifications. Sorry, page 20. So I was looking at the cash flow. I think the numbers that you have for 2024, the comparative numbers, some of them are not correct. You can check traded other payables. You should read 41,063 for 2024. Honoraria paid should be 140,000. Income tax paid should be 272,596. And also investment movement. It's not 2.5, it should be 1.959,540. Share capital contribution, which is note number 17, should lead to 202,875. You can check the comparative figures for 2024 from the previous accounts, which were confirmed and ratified by by the members last year. Page number 25. Note number 9. Okay, that 60 million for loans to members was looking at what is above 60 days, which is it was reported to be 8 million, which is like 13% of the total loans to members. So my question is, does the Sacco have any exposure to this figure? Is it fully secured, either through deposits, guarantorship, or collateral? Because if you look at note number 7, the second item there, provision for bad loans, it's moved from 75,000 in 2024 to 150,000, meaning that, okay, though our loan book has grown, but I think the 8 million that is over 60 days, I think has a content of higher provision. Then page number 26 on the, you have taken us through the depreciation or the asset schedule. My concern is on the depreciation charge for the year. So I'm wondering how is the figure lower? How is the figure lower for 2025 than, well, compared to 2024, whereas our cost valuation of the assets in 2025 is higher than 2024, even using the reducing balance method. I think it's good you check furniture and tents. That charge for the year probably it should be higher than that 9,000. Lastly, I don't know whether these statistics are from the auditor or management. Page number 14. Page number 14. Those statistics down there. The ones for share capital to total assets, institutional capital to total assets, savings to total assets, and also liquidity ratio. Those numbers for 2024 indicated there, they are actually for 2023. The ones for 2024, they are different. Thank you.
Swali lingine?
Thank you very much. I'm member number 8. And I think my question have been touched on, but I will still need more clarification, because looking at the sheet, it is really, really commendable from where we were last year and where we are tumeenda vizuri, and we are grateful for that. Only that is point number 7, that is on page 25, and provision for bad loans. It is now 150,000. It was 75,000 in the previous year. Now, what can be done here? And what is the problem? 150,000 next year, itakuwa zaidi ama itakuwa namna gani? Or what does it entail? Hiyo 150,000 ikiendelea kuongezeka hivyo, inaonekana hapo tu in all the other parts, na pengine number 4 kidogo, number 4 inaeleweka, bad debt recovered, this time it was not there. That is why there was a reduction. But all the other parts, there is a positive increase. That is good, that is very commendable. Lakini number 7, tell us what can be done about it.
Bad debts.
Thank you. Member number 641. My question is on page 24. There, number 6, administrative expenses. Now we have going down, we have donations. 2024 was 26,000. 2025, 35,000. Now the question is, what are the provisions and what are the measures for these donations and where are they being donated? Thank you.
Donations, swali ingine? Inaonekana kama maswali yameisha. We can answer those.
Okay, I think I can take those first. The first question from member 63, you had asked something on dividends distribution. I think I'm going to let the management to that. You also asked, this is member 729, why we have the 20% statutory. So for other members, to get more clarity, if you go to page 17, what member 729 is asking is, why do we have the 20% transfer to statutory reserve? You can see the statutory reserve at the bottom. Kenya shillings 342,418 compared to 84,095. So this is one of the requirement, all right? As a Sacco, you're required to maintain an account called a reserve, all right? So what a reserve does is to mitigate against any future in eventuality, all right? So you create a reserve from the surpluses, and this reserve is supposed to be maintained separate. So number one, it is a requirement. We are mandated as a Sacco to actually have a statutory reserve and to transfer 20%. So this is ni kitu ya lazima tufanye. Kama vile tunalipa tax at 30%, the reserve is also a requirement that if you are running a Sacco, to transfer 20% to an account called statutory reserve. And now you also ask something about death. What happens about if a member dies and you had already borrowed, isn't it? If I did not get your question wrong, this is member 729. So if you have taken a loan, maybe in the unfortunate case, you pass on, what happens to the other members or the guarantors? All right. So what happens, and I'm also going to let the management respond to that, there is an insurance that is supposed to cover that. But I'm going to let the management to respond to that, because if you die as the principal member, then the Sacco should not ideally continue following for that loan. But I'll let the management to respond to that issue in the event of death, what happens to the loan. Member number 712, you asked several questions. Number one, you asked page 20 on trade payables. You asked about the cash flow. So what happens with cash flow? We don't take the balances as they appear in the financials. Cash flow is more of a movement. We are concentrating on things that affect cash. That's why it's called a cash flow statement. So when we are talking about taxes that are supposed to be paid, we look at the provision that had been done, all right? And that is what we actually provide. You also say the balances are relating to 2023, which I beg to differ, because even if you check in the financials, cash and cash, that is page 18. Page 18, the very first item, we are talking about cash and cash equivalent. For 2024, it is closing at 210,938. So the purpose of the cash flow is to reconcile and see if you're going to get that balance that was closing. And if you go back to page 20, it is actually closing at 210,938. So I beg to differ that these balances are not for 2023, they're actually for 2024. And we can be able to share workings if you would want to see how we are arriving at these balances so that you can be able to see. For instance, trade receivables, you look at the movement. So for 2024, we were comparing with 2023. You check trade receivable that was closing in 2024 and what was in 2023. The movement is what you're supposed to come and put it here, not the balance that appears under trade receivables. Same case with the loans to members. Remember, we have the loans for 2024, we have the loans for 2023. We check the movement because the movement indicates the money that has been received, isn't it? If you have been given a loan of 10 and by the close of the year it's 5, meaning the Sacco has received 5. So cash flow is a movement account, not a balance that was closing. You also asked, page 25, exposure because of loans to members. I believe this was in relation to the provision for the loans. Now, one thing that I noticed, or we noticed as a firm, is that the management has put mechanism when it comes to collection, all right? And that's why you see we do not provide any income as bad debts recovered, okay? If you go to page 24, check page 24, note number 4. Note number 4, other operating incomes. We have registration, we have passbook, loan processing, transfer, and bad debts recovered. You can see we don't have bad debts recovered. Meaning, the management decided, they sat down and decided, we cannot continue pushing for very long bad debts. Because if you owe the Sacco, for instance, 10,000 shillings, the Sacco is pushing you to pay 10,000. So you are mandated to pay 10,000. So what the management decided, we cannot push a person to pay 10,000 and they are unable to pay 10,000. Can we have a restructure of that loan? All right? So they went to the members and told them, out of the 10,000, how much can you pay? And the member would say, I can be able to pay 2,000 shillings. So they tell you, can we restructure your loan so that you pay 2,000? And you can see it has had a ripple effect on the bad debts. All right? As much as we've created more reserve for the provision because it has increased from 75 to 150, it is just a mitigating measure. Our books have increased from 49 million to 60 million. All right? One of the requirements, we're supposed to create a provision that out of this 60 million, we may not be able to recover some amount. So provision is just a caution that is being done on the amount that is outstanding. All right? And that's why we have 150. And to combine that question to member number, I think the member at the back, I didn't get your membership number, where you ask why the provision for bad debt increased to 150. It is a mitigating caution. All right? It's like a way of cautioning the Sacco that in the event they are unable to collect, wasikuje kusema tuku provide. You are required to provide. It's actually a requirement as well. When you're giving loans, you're supposed to provide that. Out of these loans I've given, I may not be able to recover a certain amount. But even as they provide for the 150, they're also putting mechanism to ensure that members are paying in terms of restructure. Umechukua loan, umeshindo, they approach you. Wanakuuliza, what can we do? Because at the end of the day, hii ni deni to the society. So I've combined those two. Member number 641, you asked about the donations. So if you go to page 24, go to page 24, under administrative expenses, page 24, you will be able to see donations. All right, we have donations of 35,000 compared to the previous year, 26,000. So one of the ways, it's not a must, but one of the ways, especially for a public entity, because you're a public entity, that you're supposed to do is at times you give back to the society, in form of donation. So for this particular year, there were some donations that were given to Ndogire, and I'm sure the management will talk about this. We had some Mogoga Walk sponsorship. It's a way of giving back to the society, all right? And this is actually provided in the budget. So this did not go out of the budget provision for the year 2025. Unless there's a question I have not responded, you can just remind me. Yes.
Thank you, Auditor. I think you have not tackled the one for depreciation. You will tackle that, page number 26. But still on the cash flow, I understand, yeah, we we show movement of the current assets, and whatever. And I have the accounts for 2020. I have the ones for 2024. So they are not supposed to change. That column, the column for 2024, is not supposed to change even the way they are reflected, because that was the movement for 2024. It's supposed to reflect the same when you are giving the comparative for 2025. So the figures that I have given, they are different from 2024. That was that is my concern.
All right. Okay, fine. I think we will confirm on that and respond to the management appropriately. To the other question you had asked on the profit, on the movement in depreciation, page 26. Page 26, where we have the equipment. Now, we've adapted to the rates at the top. We have 10% for furnitures, and we have 25% for computer. Sorry. So for the assets, there could be inaweza kaa imechanganyika because we have 2024 and we have 2025. But if you look keenly, you'll be able to see the first column explains 2024. The 42,000, the 42,000 plus 53,830, that explains the cost in 2024. Below it, we have 1st January 2025, which is the brought forward balance from 2025 of 95,830, and we are having additions of 204. All right? The same case with computers. And then we have depreciation for 2024, which is closing at 32,236, and we have computers 73,934. Those balances are now also coming to open 2025. Chini yake tu, you'll see 32,236, and we have 73,934. So this depreciation is what we are now subjecting to depreciation using the cost. So we have the cost of 303, and we have the accumulated depreciation of 32,236. We minus that and we subject the difference to 10%, and that is what is actually giving us the charge for the year of 7,949. So the charge for 2024 is actually 9,085. Iko hapo juu yake. And the charge for computers for 2024 is 40,486. Iko hapo juu. But the charge for 2025, it's down here. As at 1st January 2025, we have charge for the year. Furnitures, 7,949. Computers, 29,045, giving us a total of 36,994. And that is exactly what we have expensed in the operating expenses. That is actually on page, it's on page 25, note number 7, 36,994. That is the depreciation charge for that particular year. The other question you had asked was on page, the ratios, yeah? The ratios that we've adapted. This is on page 14. Okay? You had asked about these ratios, the capital adequacy ratios, all right? So these are the standard ratios that we are supposed to use, and they have been benchmarked on how a Sacco should operate, all right? So for the core capital stroke total assets, the standard ratio is anything below 10%. That is like the required ratio for a Sacco to be in operation. And you can see for 2025, we have 6.2. It is below 10. Mali imeandikwa STD. You can see STD. That is the standard ratio. That is like the standard market ratio for Saccos. All right? So the standard ratio, it should be 10% less than. Kuna yako kakitu kameka hivi 6.2. We also have core capital 8%, share capital 2% and 8%. Those are like the standard rates. So we compare that with the performance of Simaguri, because those are the already standard rates. So for the core capital stroke assets, we have the core capital at the top, hapa juu. Core capital, this is 5,113,313. Where this is coming from, ni kwa statement of changes in equity. This is like the total changes. Let me just give you an example of where that 5,113,313 is coming from. If you go to page page 19, kiweka kitabu hivi, that is the total of share capital, retained earnings, general reserve and statutory reserve. If you add all those for 2025, ile ya mwisho total, you have 5,113,313. That is where the total is coming from. That is what is called the core capital. So we've used those rates to compute what has been indicated at the bottom as the capital adequacy ratios. I hope I've answered your question, sir.
Thank you so much, our auditor. Sijui kama management kuna any clarification on that. Let's appreciate our auditor for the good work he has done.
Thank you. Yeah, to Simu, breathe out, breathe in, breathe out. When watu wa hesabu wakianza kuongea mambo ya hesabu, the majority of us get lost and there is fear. No money is lost. Sawa sawa. I know some people are fearing that kuna pesa imepotea. Hakuna pesa imepotea. Na sometimes we can get lost in big terms of mathematics. Kwa hivyo msifadhaike moyoni. Sacco is in good control. And thank you, auditor. We had gone through those audited accounts, all of us, together with supervisory. Na we want to assure you, tunajaribu sana kuweka hesabu sawa sawa. But of course, questions they are good because they also make you see. Kunaweza kuwa kuna kitu hamukuona vizuri, but don't get scared. We are in good hands. Sawa sawa. Now, kuna maswali imeulizwa which I want to respond to. One is on provision for bad loans. This is a provision. Hii ni provision ya kutoka kwa Ministry ya Cooperatives na ni requirement. Ni hivyo hata sisi hatukuwa tunajua kabla tuingie kwa Sacco, lakini tumejua ni requirement. Hata madam ata explain. As the loan book continues to grow, vitabu pesa yenye watu wamekopa ikiendelea kuwa mingi, now provision for bad loans inaendelea kukua because of unforeseen. Loan zetu zote they are insured. Hakuna mtu anapata loan haiko na insurance. Na insurance ina insure against mambo mawili tu peke yake: death or permanent disability. Mtu akikufa na alikuwa na loan, ile pesa ilikuwa imebaki, insurance inalipa. Lakini kuna pesa insurance hailipi. Kama ulikuwa in default, kama haukuwa umelipa loan mwezi moja, miezi miwili, the record is sent to the insurance company every month. Kama kuna pesa haukuwa umelipa, hiyo sasa insurance haitalipa. Itaondoa amount yenye in default hata kama umekufa. So the provision for bad loan inalepa pesa gani? Pesa hiyo. Hauwezi kuitisha guarantor. Si huyu mtu ni kukufa amekufa. Sasa unaweza hata kama garanta alikuwa amemgarantii, sasa utaambia garanta nitakukata pesa ya Jacinta juu alikufa na hakuwa amemaliza, alikuwa na default. So hiyo it goes in that provision, but I assure you hatujakuwa hapo. So hiyo pesa si kumaanisha ilitumiwa. Hata hiyo 75 ya last year hatukutumia. Hata hii 150 haijatumika juu hakuna loan imedefault to the extent ati lazima sasa we recover it. Sawa sawa? Munashika? Lakini tunafanya hivi penye auditor ame-explain. Loan ikiwa na shida, loan akiwa na shida, juu si watu wanapatanga shida. Then we note from the system. Tunakupigia simu, tunaongea, tunajadiliana. Shida yako iko aje? Unajipangaje? We allow people even to pay small amounts. Ndio pole inaenda ikiisha. So far hatuna shida ya loan yenye ati completely tumeshindwa kurecover. But if that happens, now we go to the provision. Lakini kuna guarantors, tunakata guarantors, lakini hatujafika hapo. Hakuna, there is only one time tulikata guarantors. There was only one time. Na from that time we also benchmarked anywhere else, and tukajua before we go to guarantors, we look for all other methods. And we really have worked with our loanees. Kama wenye wako hapa, wako na maloni, wamekuwa na kashida mahali, wanajua tunatembea now. We don't rush kuita auctioneer. No. Tunatembea now. So on that issue, your provision ni ya vitabu because it's a requirement from the ministry. Now, na itaendelea kukua. Actually, madam alitusikia sana. Wakati alituambia tunakaribia kuingia sasra. Tukifika 100 million. Na ati sasra, we can't issue dividends for any amount that is loaned out. They deduct. Ile profit tumemake, they deduct all the money that is loaned. They say this one you can't give as dividend. Inakaa kwa vitabu. So more is coming as we continue to grow. Lakini Mungu atatusaidia, tutakuwa pamoja. There is an amendment we need to make. Tuliongea mambo ya Provident Fund na tumejua ni sisi hatukuwa tunajua Kiingereza, inaitwa Benevolent Fund. Benevolent. Kwa hivyo hiyo tuta-amend in our book. What was the other issue? The other issue was donations. We have a policy document on donations. Na kama auditor amesema, we are an institution within a society, and our donations policy iko kwa hii kitabu. Na tunasema the purpose of this policy document is to provide a guideline on the use of funds set aside by the Sacco for community donations. And the Sacco recognizes the importance of supporting initiatives that improve the well-being of its members and the surrounding community while ensuring accountability, transparency, and prudent financial management. Now, what we cover in donations: community programs addressing mental health awareness, initiatives on mitigation of drug, alcohol, and substance abuse, youth mentorship programs, and community tragedies. Now we receive requests. There is a whole information on how you access that donation, and we give very small amounts. Really, kulingana na yenye the applications that come. The Henry Wanyoike run for the heart. They send a letter. They are having a run. Can we sponsor them? So if we have a donation policy and they are going for the heart run, so we give a small amount. To Amogoga wamekuwa annually, now they normally have a walk on creating awareness on drug and alcohol abuse. They send a request. So we need this, because we have a budget for donations. That is how we use that money. They apply and we have a policy, tunaangalia policy na tunasema, because we cannot live kama Sacco as if we are away from the community. So the things that are happening, we give, and it's not much money. Sio ati mtu anakuja anasema sasa nimesota nichotee ni kitu. No, we have a policy that we follow. And it's good for you people to read the policy document. Access it, talk to Ben, buy a copy, read through it. Muone, there are many other things. And these are statutory requirements by the Ministry of Cooperatives. Madam atawambia, it's a statutory requirement. So it's not like the board is sitting and deciding on things. No, we didn't used to have them. Tukaambiwa, you cannot be a Sacco and you don't have a policy document, you don't have these things, you are not doing them. It does not work like that. So I think those are the... Kuna mtu alisema mambo ya dividend hakupata, tafadhali ongea na accountant. If you find there is money that was said, it was paid and you have not received, we cannot be able to answer the question here, because the system, anaingia kwa system, anakuangalilia na mnasort your issue. Kama kuna pesa yako ulituma na haijafika, angalia na accountant. Na tumesoma list ya pesa iko kwa, you know, it is not accounted for. Tafadhali, just always make sure. Patronize the office. Enda, angaliwe account yako, itisha statement. Get to know how your account is operating. We are very transparent. Sawa sawa? Yeah, we are very transparent, and na Mungu ametusaidia sana. I think because we haven't read the report supervisory, but we need to first be taken through the software. No, did we talk about dividend? No, ni wewe utaongea. Kuna mtu aliuliza kama dividend. Kuna watu walikuwa wanaitisha dividend January. We can't issue dividend before the AGM. Yeah, so we tuta issue. Yeah, be ready. Aya, come.
Madam Chair, our auditor naomba ruhusa ya kuondoka, sijui kama tutampea ruhusa.
Software that we are using.
So good afternoon all of us. Tusalimiane. Bwana Yesu asifiwe. My name, I'm Samuel Washira, a representative from Hills Data Technologies. So basically what we do, we develop custom business solutions for the various sectors in our economy. So one of what we have is a Sacco management information system, and that is the reason we are here today. So we develop, we implement, and then we do the supporting. That is the cycle that we do operate in. Am I Ezakayo? Ninaonekana? Ama nitoke kando? Sawa sawa. So, we've been undertaking an exercise with the Sacco to help us transition from the older system that we had. It was a desktop application, what we normally refer to as an offline platform. So the transition has been to come from the offline environment to an online environment. The major reason for this is to enhance our service delivery to our members. So we want to bring the services closer to you. So we've gone into various levels and modules. We started with the back office, where you normally find the accountant, in this case, Ben, legislation, loaning, savings, the accounting, all that stuff. So that is where we started by ensuring that the transition was smooth, that we were able to carry the data from the older system to the new system successfully without leaving anything outside. So at this point in time, we can confirm that whatever we've done is a complete transition of our data. So after we were through with the back office, that's what we normally refer to as the back office. So there are other supporting modules that we have introduced. For instance, we've come up with an Android app. So with this Android app, it will operate in a smartphone. So to whoever has a smartphone running on Android, you are able to interact with your personal individual account without having necessarily to come to the office. Say for example, for instance, I want to know my balances, maybe on share capital, what we normally refer to as the savings or the deposit, or my loan balances. So through that platform, at a click of a button, you are able to get those balances. That is one. Number two, there are various contributions that we are doing from the member to the Sacco. Let's say you are paying for your share capital, you are paying for your regular monthly savings, or you are servicing a loan. So either of these, plus any other product that management deem necessary to have on that platform, you are able to pay through that app. You log in into your app using your credentials. In this case, we are using the member number as the username. So you'll be required to know your membership number, the way it is, the membership number. Then you are going to have a password, like you have in M-Pesa. For you to transact within your M-Pesa, you normally have a 4-character or 4 pin digits, numerical in this case. So you are going to preset such a pin, meaning you are the only person who will be allowed to access your account. And to make things clear, we are living in the day of Data Protection Act, whereby you are not supposed to share an individual data to a third party without a prior approval for the other person. So by this I mean, whatever you access through that app will be 100% tied to your individual records. So you cannot access details for your friend, your neighbor, or any other member of the Sacco. So you'll be expected to interact with your data only. So on that bit, you are able to pay for those products, the share capital, deposit, and the loans. The reason is, and the benefit that we are going to get out of this, like Madam Chair has just taken us through some, what we normally refer to as unidentified bankings. So with the app, the system is able to match the payment to the respective member account. So the aspect of unidentified bankings, we deal with it that way. So every other time you post any amount through that membership number, and number two, you are mobile. At the point of registration, I want to assume that majority of us have shared their primary M-Pesa number. So the two, that M-Pesa number and the membership number, they will guide the system to identify the beneficiary. So that one would mean aid to aid, no manual intervention. And secondly, it is a real-time transaction. So like I post some amount at this time, immediately I'm able to see that amount reflect into my account. So you don't need to call the office to confirm as to whether they received your money, because you can just log into the app and you're able to confirm that. So real time, then unidentified bankings, we deal with them. Then we bring the services closer to you. You can interrogate your account at will anytime without any additional cost. Lastly, number three, through the app, There is a product we are introducing on mobile lending. I give an example, Mshwari, Tara, Branch, such. So it's a short-term loan that doesn't require the normal form filling, you submit, approvals. So we set a certain criteria. So upon application at the comfort of your workplace, at the comfort of your home, if you meet the set out criteria, the amount will be disbursed to you through the primary M-Pesa number that you provided during the registration. So the reason as to why I'm insisting on this is to help us keep our records up to date. So make sure your primary M-Pesa number is what we have in the system to avoid challenges here in between. So if you are not sure on your records, I would advise we liaise with the office to do any corrections where needed. So in a nutshell, that's the 3 activities. Interrogate your balances, make any contributions, and then the management will guide us when we start now the mobile lending. That is number 1. Number 2, we have also introduced a members portal. It is accessible over the internet. So with the approval of the management after this meeting, how many of us normally interact with our website, the Sacco website? So this is a challenge to the marketing team. We have a website for the Sacco. So they are going to share the link. So we are going to map that member portal. So we are giving you 2 avenues. You can go through the app or you go through the portal. But the portal will not allow you to make payments. It's just if you want to download a statement, maybe on your shares, on your loan, you go through the portal. But through the app, you are able even to do the contributions where needed. So the 2 is to help us bring the services closer to you. Number 3 is the integration with the M-Pesa. So once you pay through the M-Pesa, so you get into the app, you pick the product you are paying for. All you'll be required is to specify the amount. Like, I want to pay 500 for my savings. The moment you click on the submission button, it will take you to your M-Pesa. Ile huwa tunaita STK push. Unaenda kwa supermarket, unahesabiwa, unatumiwa prompt. So you approve the payment by inputting your M-Pesa PIN. So before you do that, make sure you have sufficient amount in your M-Pesa account because the system will get from that. So we have integrated that M-Pesa. So the M-Pesa picks, channels the money direct to your cooperative, the Sacco cooperative bank account. Then the system picks from the bank, real time. So within a fraction of a minute, all that transaction has taken place from M-Pesa to the bank and to the system. So your record is updated real time. So we've done that. So another thing that we've done is on the SMS. To support the Sacco communicate to the members, for instance, you have a loan that is falling due in a couple of days. Maybe you are busy in your day-to-day operations, you might end up forgetting. So automated notifications are sent to you. How many have been seeing these notifications? So if you have a loan, you'll be having this monthly. Because as per the repayment schedule of your loan, we normally pay on a monthly basis. So a couple of days, we've set 3. So 3 days to the due date, you'll be getting notifications from the system. Whether it's on a public holiday, whether it's on a weekend, whether the offices are closed, the system will automatically share that info. Plus, any other information the Sacco may intend to share with the members, we are able to ride on that platform. So that is the activity that we have been undertaking. So at this point, we want to open the door to the members. So through these platforms, you can also be able to interact with your account. We've been doing some sampling, so I want to believe some of us have already interacted with the app. We picked a group of people to help us conduct some testing. So at this juncture, we are going to release now to the entire membership. So we are taking that up to the Google Play Store, meaning you'll be just going to the Google Play Store if you have a smartphone. We've given the name to that application, Simaguri. So that's the keyword you'll be searching, Simaguri. You get, download, install in your phone, then you can go ahead to transact. But for today, we sent a message through the Simaguri shortcode. Have we received an SMS like 2 hours ago? So I want us to go to that link. Make sure you have your data on. Mwenye hajapata hiyo link na akona smartphone, tutamsaidia. So I want us to move together. So I'll be dealing with two sets of people. Kuna wale wame-interact na hiyo app, so they know how it's functioning. Na kuna wale wata-interact nayo for the first time. So I'll be dealing with the two group of people. So hata kama ulikuwa nayo, we have included that mobile lending facility. So you need to install the app again. So you open that link. Once you open that link, it will give two provisions, an APK file and another one ABB. So you pick the first one. I want us to go together. I want us to go together. You open the link. At the top right hand side, yes, the first one here. Tap the first one. No, the first. At the top. Allow. Okay. Yeah, it's downloading. Yes, download. Touch. Remove this, tap the first one. Yes. Are we moving together? Okay. So click on the link. Touch on the first one. Yes. Install. Are we moving together? Okay. Nani amemanage kuweka ya kwanza? Yeah. Yes, that one. Oh, perfect. Hapo. So you reset.
I reset the pin.
You get an OTP. Yes. Sawa, takutumia. Yes, I will share. SMS. Yes, that's where we are. So now, to the ones who have already downloaded and installed, you'll find such an icon on your phone. You double click on it so that it takes you to this page. Can we see that page? So where we have member number, you type your membership number. It has a prefix S, so you must start with that S. S00, whatever. You input that. So if you are doing this for the first time, it means you don't have the PIN. So you skip the PIN part, you go to the blue button that says reset PIN. Here. You click on that reset PIN button. If you are doing this for the first time, that is the procedure. Input the membership number, then invoke that button, reset PIN. So there is a one-time password that will be sent through an SMS. And that password, you use it for the first time. Once you log in, it will prompt you now to set a PIN. Kuna mmoja amepata SMS? Let me see by a show of hand. Okay. So, touch tu mara moja, usirudie tena. Just once. From the Simaguri Sender ID, you get an OTP. So, once you get that SMS, use the password yenye imekutumia, where we have the PIN. And then use the red button to log in. Which now takes us to this slide number 3. Nani amefika hapo? Tukikwama tuseme. Nani amemanage kulogin? To start with, message tumepata. Mwenye ameitisha. Okay. So kama umepata message, ulogin sasa with the membership number na hiyo PIN umepata. Once you log in, the immediate screen you get will be showing the balances on the various products. So once you log in, because we have various products, it will show the balance against each one of them. Then you can use the button at the bottom here to close. So once you close, it will take you to this screen. Once you close the balances, it takes you to this screen. So I want to call them lows. I have the first low with 3 buttons, the center one and the bottom one. So the one at the top, as the word suggests, it's on inquiries of your balances. So the deposit here will start for your savings. The middle one, the loan balance. So if you have an actively running loan, you click on this loan balance, it will be able to give you your outstanding amount. The share capital, the same. So the first 3 at the top, itakuonyesha tu balance yako as at that time. Now, we go to the second law. Again, it has deposit, it has repay loan, and it has share capital. So once you open on any of them, it will start by showing you what you have. Cumulatively, savings yako ni ngapi? Cumulatively, share capital yako ni ngapi? cumulatively your loan balance ni gapi. So from the three of them, so if I want to make a contribution for my savings ama deposit, nitatumia ya kwanza. If I want to pay for the loan, nitatumia ya pili. What we've done, unaweza kuwa uko na loan mbili simultaneously. Maybe you have development na uko na emergency. So tumeseparate, so itakuguide. Utaona development, utaona emergency. So you pick on the one that you want to pay for. Once you pick, unaweka amount, unasubmit, inakupeleka kwa M-Pesa, unalipa na hiyo transaction inaisha hivyo. The third one, if you want to say, like we've said, for you to be a full member, share capital uwe umefikisha 10,000. So kama hujafikisha 10,000 and you want to top up towards that 10,000 target, you go through this that button, share capital. Itakusaidia kuweka hivyo. Now, the last part at the bottom, the three buttons will be now on the mobile loan. Tulipatia jina quick fix. Quick fix. So that will be the name for that particular product. To start with, the minimum will be 1,000. The maximum will be 10,000. Subject to review by the management from time to time. But now, for you to qualify for that particular product, there is a set of requirements. So, through this first button, check eligibility, it will take you to a screen with these instructions. Number one, these are instant loans applied through the mobile. Number two, applicant must be an active member registered within the Sacco. So it is not open to a non-member. For you to enjoy the benefit of this product, you have to be a member. Number three, an applicant must not be underpaying other loans. In other words, usikue defaulter. So those are some of the requirements. System itakuwa inaangalia. So una apply, hutajaza form, you just apply. The system will check against this checklist. So if you qualify, you receive the amount. And then it is payable within 1 month. So those are the conditions set therein. This is the screen you will see. So the product, you select quick fix. The loan limit here, minimum 1,000, maximum 10,000. So you input the amount here. If you are okay, you submit by clicking the apply button. So once you click on this apply button, if you meet the criteria, loan yako utapokea pesa. If you don't, system itakupatia notification kwa nini it has been turned down. From here now you can liaise with the office to rectify whatever is at hand. So now, when we are in this screen, I want you to take note on these three bars here at the top left hand side. There are three. So once you click on that bar, it will take you to this screen, which I'm calling to quick actions. So from here, you're able again to view the balances. You can be able to change your PIN, or you can go ahead and sign out. So again, you use the three bars. They take you to the above screen. So the password you are going to get through the SMS, you will only use it once. From there, you preset yours. And never share that PIN with a third party. Never share. Just as you do in M-Pesa. Usipatie mtu mwingine PIN yako. Ili usiseme ni mtu aliingia akatuma loan, mimi sijui. Okay, we've tried to put in safety measures, but tukiweka upande wetu na wewe upatie mtu PIN yako, unaona hiyo hatuwezi zuia. Ukinipatia simu yako unipatie PIN ya M-Pesa, si I'll go ahead and transact. the same will happen here. So it should be private and confidential to you. Itumike tu na wewe. Na ukitaka vizuri, over time unakaa ukibadilisha. Ukitumia hiyo password kwa muda kiasi, una change that way. Hata kama ninajua leo, kesho sitajua umebadilisha umeweka nini. So in a nutshell, that is how the app interface looks like. Tumejaribu kuisimplify ili isitusubue. So we are going to work with the team. Wale hawana, I'll be allowed, tutasaidia kuweka. And even after this meeting, you liaise with the office, tutasaidiana. But like I have said as I was starting, we have applied through the Google, so they are in the process of verifying. So we are waiting for the confirmation. Wakimaliza process yao, we've done our bit and we submitted. So they are verifying. So in the coming days, hatutawatumia link, tutakuwa tunaenda Play Store, tuna download. So today nimetumia link kwa sababu bado hawajaitoa. So that is what will happen. Number 2, on the portal, tutaimap kwa website ya Sacco. So you just be, inakuanga Pcea Simaguri sacco.co.ke. John, am I correct? Pcea Simaguri sacco.co.ke. So that is where we are going to map that portal. So you just go normally to the website, you find a page on the portal. Again, it will prompt you to have a username and a password. For the portal, every time you are logging in, hiyo itakuwa inakutumia OTP. OTP namaanisha one time password. Ukikaa dakika 5 hujatumia hiyo password ina expire. So every new session into the portal you'll be getting. But again, to caution, tusimisuse hizo SMS. Unajua zina cost huko nyuma. Usiitishe pin mara 10 atago, because every message has a cost. And then tumeweka restriction. Ukijaribu mara 3 unsuccessfully, system ita assume unataka kuhack account ya mwingine. So itakublock. So if you try for the first time, for the second time, you liaise with the office. Hata igawa tunaweka notification. If you are dormant member, itakuambia inakataa kuingia kwa sababu wewe ni dormant. So if you see such a message, then automatically you liaise with the office ili uambiwe ni nini imekwama mahali. But don't exceed 3 times. If you exceed 3 times, inakublock. So that tuwe na control. Because mtu anaweza ingia hapo, ninajua membership number yako, niweke. Like now I can randomly pick. Si ninajua sequence ya membership. I can just pick one, then nianze kujaribu passwords. This, the other. That's why we are giving you 3 chances maximum. So if you do 3 unsuccessfully, itakublock na huta access until upige simu ofisi wa kutengenezea account yako. So any query from the members? Yes?
Good afternoon, everyone. My number is 251. I have some few questions. Number 1, why can't we have the OTP instead of make it easy considering the different ages here? The OTP one time, because everybody has a phone number, and of course on Simaguri our phone numbers are there for login. And then also you've talked about having it on the Google only. What about the iOS? What with people having the iOS use for that? You've talked about mobile lending. Is it from Simaguri where we are taking the loan, or is it from another bank when it comes to lending? And how long do we expect? Will we get a notification on it being on the Play Store to make it easy on downloads for the different people? Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon.
afternoon too.
Kwa majina naitwa Samuel, niko kwa niaba ya number 310. And I don't know if it's our phones because we have tried all of us here. Iko tu hivi. And nikijaribu kulogin kwa link zingine inaingia. So I don't know.
Your name kindly?
Samuel.
Samuel.
Yeah.
Okay.
Member number 8, I want to confirm it is working. I've done it for the share capital, I've added some money, and it has reflected immediately. That is it. I want to ask about the mobile lending.
Yes.
How will someone know how much he qualifies for? You have said it is from 1,000 to 10,000, but our savings or deposits are not the same. Who will qualify for 10? Who will qualify for 1? Who will qualify for 3? How we will know how much you qualify for?
Okay, 729. You say that the entry into the website you will refuse if you are not an active member.
Yes.
What about the app, and you want to activate the account through the app?
Your name kindly?
James Karaoke.
James,
Karaoke 729.
Thank you. My name is Pauline, member 316. My question is on, I think I was in the first rollout of experimenting the app. So currently I have 2 in my phone. So the first one, since it had my data, is it safe once I uninstall to use the new one right now? That is the question number 1. Question number 2, it's working, yes, because I've actually even tried the mobile loan app, but I think it's taking too long to be, I don't know how, to be administered, because I've tried the loaning itself.
You've submitted?
Yes, a loan.
Okay.
And it has told me to wait until it's confirmed.
Yes.
But I think since it's a process of wanting to get more people doing it, I think the timeline of waiting should not be long like it has taken me to be confirmed.
Okay.
Yes.
Any other question, or we can respond to that? Yes.
Most of the mobile lending, they give a duration of 3 months. Why is Simaguri 1 month? Yeah. I recommend we have 3 months if possible, as the other mobile lenders.
Thank you. Member number S01021. I have 2 questions. One is in regards to what has been asked there. There is a loan I had requested last week on Thursday through the application, but it is yet to be responded to. And then second is just to ask, is it safe to use this app, especially on when one is using a public Wi-Fi? Is it safe to use this app? Because my experience, especially with the banking apps, we have had incidents whereby people, have been robbed when they are using the public internet. So maybe you can respond whether it is safe for us to use public internet.
We are good? Okay. I'll start with the last question. In regards to the loan app, not fully operationalized, there is a section that is pending. Madam Chair touched on. For us to open an account, so this is the arrangement. We already have an existing cooperative bank account. but we decided we need to operate a separate bank account. So for us to open that bank account as a requirement, they needed that ratified by the members. That is what we are doing today. So if you ratify that, we are going now to open the account. Once we have the account, we link it to the app. So that way, even the card relay, it's trying to look for the bank account. That's why it's taking some time. So once we deal with that, so that's why we have not operationalized, because they told us, go to the member to approve, then they give a go ahead. So that is the response to that. Number two, in regards to the security, all over it is discouraged. If you have banking apps, any, cooperative, equity, M-Pesa, etc., don't get used to operating such apps over public internet. Tunaelewana? Umeenda tu kwa matatu, wanakuambia username, password, unaingia hapo, una access bank account yako. You expose yourself to the third parties. Sisi tumekupatia app ikurahisishie kazi. Kuna mtu mwingine anaiangalia at a different angle. Ameona a source of revenue yenye hajafanyia kazi. So those vulnerabilities are there. As much we try to secure the platform, we always discourage usioperate sensitive apps over unverified public Wi-Fi in public places. Hata heli ununue data. Na siku hizi kuna ya shilingi 5. You just buy 5, utransact, utakuwa umemaliza. So that would be my advice on that. The other question, number 9, on the repayment period, I'll leave this to the management. Tulikuwa tumekubaliana because it's a small amount. Mtoto amefukuzwa anataka kitabu ya 1,000, unachukua. So juu hiyo pesa si mingi sana, we tie it to a 1 month. Urudishe uchukue tena kama unataka. But now the management will decide whether we operate within. Yes.
Tuko piloting. Piloting ni kumaanisha ndio sasa tutaongeza muda na tuongeze pesa. Unaona hata hatujapata barua, because lazima tupate barua neti yenu ya AGM na barua kutoka kwa cooperative officer ndio tuweke pesa kidogo kwa account ya kulend mobile lending. Na kuna mtu aliuliza kama ni pesa ya wengine, another provider ama ni Sacco. Tume benchmark na tumejua kuna wengine wana provide that. Sasa ni yetu. Itakuwa Simaguri, itakuwa pesa yetu yenye mnalipa, inaenda kwa hiyo specific account tunaweka, na ndio mnaboro na mnarudisha kwa account hiyo hiyo. Kwa hivyo ni ya Sacco. So tutaenda piloting, tukiona inafanya kazi na watu wanalipa. Mnakumbuka hii ya Ruto inaitwa nini? Hasara. Sasa hatuendi kwenda line ya hasara. Tunaona inalipwa haya. Tuongeze pesa na tuongeze muda. That is how institutions work. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for that. So the repayment period, she has responded to. The limit also. Though on the limit, like you said, I have savings 10,000, another member has 100,000, another member has 500. So we have varying figures when it comes to member savings. So whatever we are pegging this limit to, just for clarity, it's your available free. Let's say cumulatively, I have a savings of 100,000. Out of the 100,000, I have acted as a guarantor to a friend or another person. Say, I have committed my 50,000 for guarantorship. So what is free and available in that context? It will be 50,000. Tumepatana. Cumulatively niko na 100. Out of the 100, I have guaranteed somebody 50. So they are available, hiyo ndio inasaidia app kudetermine, because by the end of the day tunaangalia health ya Sacco, so that we don't have the element of over guarantorship. Ati niko na 1,100 nimesimamia 150. So if you are to do recovery, where will you start? So we want to operate within healthy conditions. So ndio maana tunaenda kuangalia what is available at that particular point. But that not to say, kama ni ulini guarantee, if I religiously pay for my loan, system ina detect na itaenda ikirelease hiyo pesa yako. So haitashika the 50,000 hadi mwenye uligarantia malizie kulipa. Inaenda ikirelease in equivalent proportion as the member pays. So the law here ni mwenye nimesimamia nifuatilia kujua analipa loan vile inatakikana, because akikufunga unaona atakuwa na affect your operations. So the other question, number 8 from Pauline, we have watu wako kwa Apple products na kuna wale wako kwa Android. To start with, tulichukua Android because ndio watu wengi wako na iko free. Hii ingine ya Apple, there is a monthly recurrent cost. So we needed first to identify, tuone ni watu wangapi tunapigia hesabu hapo. So for the start, tutaanzia na Android. But should there be a need for the other version, together with the management, we shall provide that. Number 7 from James talked of a dormant member. So from the app, the Android app, whether you are dormant or not, it will allow you to access, provided you have the credentials. Mahali tunakufunga ni pale kwa portal, because there are some things also we want to look. Like now we are saying to lipe savings on a monthly basis. So those are some of the measures we put in place. So for the app, haita could deny access ati kwa sababu uko dormant. Lakini ile ingine portal itaku alert so that you liaise with the office for the necessary. From member number 8, on the loan limit, I think Madam Chair has responded to that. For the start, we start with those limits, but subject for review as we monitor the trades vile inaendelea. Tusiweke kama Hasrafad, tulianzia na pesa mingi, watu wengi wamekataa kurudisha, tunakosa pesa ya kusaidia watu wengine. So we shall start at some point, but over time, if need be, it will be reviewed upwards. Then the issue on Play Store, Google team gave us a timeline of 14 working days. So minus the weekends, 14 working days. So we are anticipating in 2 weeks' time, the app should be ready before or within that timeline, unless there arises any issue. Because they normally verify, they check everything, that before this app is released, they need to know it's not malicious, what is this app meant to do, and all these things are working. So that is what they are counter-checking. If there is any issue, they give us a response, we address, and they proceed. So we are anticipating, if all goes well, in 2 weeks' time, then the app should be ready in Google Store. There was the issue on iOS. I have responded to that. So with the guidance of the management, in due time, we shall put that into consideration. The first one was in regards to the OTP. On the mobile app, I would like to feel from your end about the OTP and a PIN. OTP would mean every other time you want to access the app, it will generate a one-time password. The other one, nimempea ni kama M-Pesa. M-Pesa PIN haikutumiagi kila wakati, because you find maybe in a day unaweza kuwa una access M-Pesa 10, 20 times. That OTP, kama vile nimesema, iko na cost, itagharamika kutoka kwa ofisi, sio free. So we are also checking on that so that we don't have a lot of overheads. But now with the guidance of the management and the members, then you can guide whether we are okay with the PIN or the OTP every other time. Wa OTP, ebu tuone. Wale wage prefer app tuwe na OTP. OTP kumaanisha nikitaka kuingia lazima nipate. Nikitaka kuingia lazima nipate. Haya, wa PIN kama M-Pesa. So management tumeona hiyo. Okay. Majority they are preferring the PIN. So I think I have responded to the questions. Yes. Last one, Kaidri. Nilikuwa nimesahau swali madam ameuliza pale. You said you have 2 versions. So what will happen once we publish on the Google Play Store, you download, it will not be an additional. It will update the existing. So by the end of the day, tutakuwa na app moja. So that is the issue. So we appreciate your support. Tutatembea na nyinyi. If there are issues, we shall keep addressing them together with the management and the office, and we are hoping to have a smooth transition. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Okay, let us appreciate Sam. This juncture, I want to call the secretary to the supervisory committee to give their report, and I'm sure they will do that in a short time. Then the treasurer be preparing so that after this you can take us through.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, members. My name is John Dugere. Jesus is Lord. Mimi naona kama nitasomea watu wamelala. Wamelala. Wamechoka, hata mimi nimechoka. Lakini it is good kwa sababu iko hapa na sita mkonayo kwa karatasi kwa hii kitabu. So let us go straight away to the supervisory report. That is page 9. Sitasoma word by word. Number 2, hii report ilikuwa ikuje mbele ya auditors report. Ndio tusome kwanza, kuna figures huku, then the figures for the supervisory report are unaudited. They have not been audited. Then auditor asome yake, audited, tumuulize maswali na tulifanya hivyo. So this is, I'm just reading so that we get to see that our money is being monitored, not at the end of the year, but at different times within the year. So members were introduced. Our chairperson, Esther Karanja. I'm the secretary, John Dugire. Stephen Joroge is a member. And we have been supervising the accounts or the operations, because it's not only figures, the operations of the Sacco from January to December of 2025. We have met 3 times this year. We have some comments there on the strategic plan. Wanafuata. Tunasoma strategic plan. Tunaangalia kama any action is being taken on the 6 pillars in the strategic plan. Munaona those comments there. On membership, we have noted the total membership, not the active. And the total was, as at the time we wrote this report, 952. But at the end of December, there were 2 additional. That is why the auditor read 954. One observation is, the chair mentioned it, is that the system peaks dormancy. Usipopatiana pesa mwezi huu ruke, inasema you are a dormant member. So we had proposed to the board that they increase that period to 3 months, because saa ingine mtu husahau to just to forget na umefungiwa, but they will look at it. So there was that recommendation you see there, that the board considers increasing the dormancy period to 3 months. On membership withdrawal, we noted that 9 individuals and 2 groups withdrew. Concern ya supervisory ni kusiwe members walitoka kwa Sacco kwa sababu Sacco iliwakosea ama walifukuzwa. So that is why we follow those things. And we noted that the reasons, they were of personal nature. Wengine wamehama kutoka huku, and others were facing guarantship challenges. Anaona wacha nitoke. So, but we need to keep encouraging members, as the chair said, to form cell members. That is the recommendation. To form, cell groups, so that guaranteeing each other is easy. We have looked at the share capital, its composition. Ukiturn page hapo, utaona ni wangapi wamefikisha 10,000, wangapi wako between 1,000 and 10,000, wangapi wako below 1,000. You can see all those figures there. Now, the number with no share capital, also we noted, includes deceased members. Kitu moja kwa system tuliona ni kwamba unfortunately mtu akituondokea, system haimuondoi, anakaa tu kwa system. So developer, and I think the developer is going to is working on that. Vile ukiondoka, then system pia there will be a way itaweza pia kukuondoa. On the numbers in member deposits, we had the number there, 71.6 million in member deposits, a 34% growth from prior year. So that we had already noted. And the schedule of this amount, the unallocated one, ile chair alisoma. Kuna balances ziko kwa bank, hazina mwenyewe, tulisomewa. We had approved, or rather recommended, that tusomewe. Ikiwa utakumbuka na kweli hiyo ni yangu, basi utaenda ofisi. That is the recommendation there. We noted the loans issued, 197. And the reason why we go into this ni kujua maybe 300 people applied, 197 wakapewa. What happened to 103 people? So we want to see the reasons why. Kwa nini huyu akanyimwa? Kwa nini huyu akanyimwa? Kwa nini huyu akanyimwa? So we do all this, but we noted that out of that, 193 were successful, na only 4 were not successful. And we looked at the reasons why, and for sure, they qualified not to be given the loan. Mwingine hajafikisha ile anaitisha mara 3, mwingine hajasave consistently, mambo kama hiyo, the laws as per the bylaws. So if we determine it is within the bylaws, then it is fine. Loan repayment history, na hii swali iliulizwa, it was noted that 28.5 million was received as loan repayments across the different loan categories, from agriculture to asset finance. Now, supervisory does not cumulate amounts from previous period. We are looking at activity only in the year. Okay? So, tunaangalia watu wanalipa. There was a question of there are loans outstanding for over 60 days. I can tell you the schedule is long, but against each name, there is an explanation. Tumeona huyu, tumeongea na huyu, tumerestructure hivi. Every single person in arrears, there is a discussion with each one of them. So, hiyo ndio kazi moja ya supervisory, kuangalia kiundani. So, this page is only 4 reports. I can tell you the actual supervisory report is close to 10 pages, because it has a lot more data. But of course, we had to compress that. So the outstanding loan balance brought forward ile tuliingia mwaka nayo, na ile outstanding at the end of the year was 60 million. And the observation was that loan repayments in arrears over 60 days, as at the time of writing this report, of 7.9 million in arrears. And the board has reached out to each of the members, informing them to regularize. Hiyo nimeelezea. We also noted the interest income from loans. Hii loan imetuletea hii imetuletea hii, na hiyo breakdown mnaiona. Other income, you'll also see other income. If you compare these figures with the audited accounts, and this is the distinction, wewe unaweza ona haziambatani, because presentation ya auditor is not necessarily our presentation. There are figures like the last one in number 9, income on late loan payment, 931,841. You haukuiona kwa audited accounts. Why? Because it has been put together with the CIC interest income. So our report should not mirror the auditors. We are looking keenly, we are looking at every line, so that you look at everything and we are able to understand what is what. On funds invested at CIC and CIC fixed investment fund, we looked at it, the total of both in the money market and in the fixed investment fund was 18.9 million. On number 11, investment income, and we also saw this, interest income from CIC money market is 1.3. The observation here, we noted that the board is exploring other better yielding investment vehicles, and have opened the CIC fixed investment fund, which has a deposit of 4.1 million. Further search of other investment vehicles is encouraged. Tusiogope sana. It's also good to look at other avenues that are high yielding in the wisdom of the board. Hakuna mtu amewambiwa wasifanye hivyo. So to see how it goes, other than relying only on the CIC money market. On number 12, on the budget, supervisory looked at the Sacco, and we saw the budget was there, and we went line by line, both on the income budget lines and on the expenditure budget lines. Tukiangalia, hii imepita, hii hijapita. Ikiwa imepita, kwa nini ilipita? Na mwaka hijaisha. You know all those as the year progressed. And the budgeted income for the year, Sacco ilikuwa budget 9.6 million. Tunatarajia kupata 9.6. As at the time of writing this report, they were at actually 9.5, which was very, very good, because it was very close to 100% of what they had budgeted. The board had also proposed to spend 5 million. That is the budget the earlier last AGM passed. But the actual was 3.1. See, pia ni mzuri. So we looked at it and saw, you know, if then it's not necessary to spend here, fine. So we saw a lot of a prudent expenditure, which certainly cut down this cost from 5 million to 3.1. Additionally, we went through the draft we shall see in our booklet of the 2026-2027 proposed budget, and the CIC proposed interest income then appeared high, and there was a recommendation that it be looked at and adjusted after the year end, and I think I looked at it and it has been done. Number 13, you can see the bank balances that are there. Number 15 records the minutes, the meetings that the board, the credit committee, and the supervisory has had. And so we have to pick the register and look at the meetings, count actually date by date, to see whether the board meets or they don't. So the issue is not for any other thing, because people don't meet for nothing, si ndio? Watu wanakutana ndio wajadi, wanakutana ndio. Na unaangalia minutes. You don't need to read all of them, but you can see that the board is meeting, is deliberating on matters of the Sacco, and it is making decisions. So that is the issue. So it's not just counting meetings. It is just to satisfy that actually the Sacco is under good management. On the P&L account, noted that the surplus recorded as at the time we checked was 6.4 million, and this was at a 6.4% higher than the budgeted. Kwa hivyo budget walikuwa wamesema tutapata hii, they got much more than was budgeted. On the balance sheet, this one had a few issues because of Samuel, the gentleman who was here, because you know, as you roll out from offline to online, haufanyi hiyo kitu kwa siku. Si hata saa hii tumeona kuna vitu hazijafanyika. Yes, so that translates into how the system right now is looking like. So the system is currently producing two formats of balance sheet. The figures are the same, but the formats are different. The format addressing the below mentioned areas is preferred. That is the one we have talked about in the report and should be improved. So we gave the board the format that we deemed is good. Separation of fixed and current assets. It was lumping all of them. We recommended it be separated. Interest receivable needs to be looked at thoroughly. You saw the 2.2 interest receivable, and not necessarily because of cut-off time. It could be because of arrears. So we recommended that it be looked at thoroughly. Dividends control. There are figures of uncollected dividends. Just as people don't narrate their name when they are putting deposits, there are dividends that are uncollected. And the chair will guide us on how to get that out of the system. Provision of audit fees was to be matched with the year's provision. So the recommendations was that the system upgrade be completed fully as soon as possible so that it will be fully auditable by the external auditor. And in conclusion, from the supervisory committee, the decision to upgrade the Sacco's information system to a cloud-based solution will certainly help members on many fronts, like the gentleman has explained. Payment, accurate account balances, generation of statements, among others. And in this regard, it is desired that this exercise be fully completed by end of Q1, which is actually now. See, we're in March. Yes, end of Q1 is in March. Possibly it could extend, but maybe not by too much. Increase in loan uptake and prudent administration of budgeted costs has seen the Sacco gain 36.4% more surplus than budgeted, which is a pointer to a growing Sacco. Chair and members, that is the report. The abridged report of the super. It could have been longer, but we have summarized it. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Secretary, Supervisory. I want to take this to ask that we adapt this report. So can we have a proposer and a seconder? Yes. Member number? S0023 proposes. Who seconds the report? Yes. S317. Thank you. I don't know whether there is any question so that we can invite the treasurer. Yes.
Okay, thank you, the supervisory committee. This is a good report. My concern is on page 11, where you have note number 13, bank balances. There is a note there you have indicated there were no bank reconciliations. So is this not a red flag?
Thank you, my brother. The meaning is that there were actually bank reconciliations, but with 0 items. They had matched. So there were reconciliations, but there was no outstanding item. That's the meaning of that statement.
Okay. If we are good, we can now invite the treasurer to come and take us through the budget and also the ratio of dividends and interest and deposits.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Nancy Wanja Mwaura. I'm the treasurer. I want to take you through the budget, which is on page 29. Page 29. We had passed the budget for 2026 in our last general meeting. So we are just doing 2027. We have income, money market interest. The actual for 2025 was 1,377,102. We have a proposal, or we are projecting 2,100,000. Because the projection for this year is 1,900,000. So in the year 2027, we are proposing 2,100,000. CIC fixed investment fund interest. In the year 2026, this year, we have a budget of 360. We are proposing 450,000 for 2027. Interest from loans. We have a projection of the year 2026 of 9 million. We have a proposal of 10 million for 2027. Passbook fee. We have a budget of 10,000. And we are proposing the same figure, 10,000. Processing fee, we have a budget of 580,000 for this year, 2026. We are proposing 700,000 for 2027. Bylaws, we have bylaws. We have a budget of 60,000 for this year, and we have a proposal of 100,000. Thank you. Late payment, we have a budget of 1,100,000. We are proposing 1,300,000. Registration, we have a budget of 150,000 for this year. Next year, we are proposing 200,000. Transfer of shares, we have a budget of 1,000 for this year. We propose the same figure, 1,000 for 2027. The total of that budget income is 14,861,000. That is what we expect in 2027 as our income. We go to expenditure, we have meetings. For this year, we have a budget of 560,000. We are proposing 600,000 for for 2027. Legal fee, we have a budget of 150,000 for this year 2026. We are proposing the same figure, 150,000. Airtime and data, we have a budget of 250,000 for this year. We are proposing the same figure, 250,000 for 2027. Transport and traveling, for this year, we have a budget of 300,000. We still have a budget for 2027 of 300,000. Audit, we have a budget of 150,000 for 2026. 2027, we are proposing 200,000. Repair, maintenance, and improvement, we have a budget of 150,000 for this year. We are proposing 200,000 for 2027. Stationery, we have a budget of 200,000 for this year, and we are proposing the same figure for the year 2027. Recruitment, we have a budget of 150,000 for this year. We are proposing the same figure, 150,000. Refreshments and for hospitality, we have a budget of 150,000. We are proposing the same for 2027. AGM, like the one we have today, we have a budget of 400,000 for this year. We are proposing 500,000 for next year, 2027. Education and training, we have a budget of 350,000. We are proposing 450 for next year, 2027. Contingencies, we have a budget of 40,000. We are proposing 50,000 for 2027. Strategic plan, we have a budget of 150,000 for this year. We are proposing, we have a budget of 100,000 this year. We are proposing 150,000 for next year. Benchmarking, we have a budget of 60,000 for this year. We are proposing 100,000. Ushirika, we have a budget of 300,000 for this year. We are proposing 350,000 for next year, 2027. Bank charges, we have a budget of bank charges, we have a budget of 200,000. We are proposing the same figure for next year. Depreciation, we have a budget of 90,000 for this year. We are proposing 100,000. Honoraria, we have a budget of 160,000. No, for 200,000 this year. We are proposing 250,000 in the year 2027. Taxation, we have a budget of 550,000 for this year. We are proposing 600. No, sorry. Taxation, we are proposing 600,000. We have a budget of 550,000. Marketing, we have a budget of 600,000. We are proposing 700,000. Donation, we have a budget of 80,000 for this year. We are proposing 100,000 for next year. Salaries and allowances, we have a budget of 630,000 for this year. We are proposing 650,000 for the year 2027. Documents, custody charges, we have a budget of 20,000. We are proposing 30,000 for next year, 2027. Provision for bad debts, we have a provision of 200,000 for this year. We are proposing 250,000 for 2027. The total of that expenditure comes to 7,080,000. And surplus, we are anticipating 7,781,000. Any question on the budget? Any question on the budget?
$523. My question is on marketing. Do you have the data of the people who are recruited within the year? Because the marketing, it has huge, a lot of allocation together with the, and also the photo of the recruitment, education day, they are there. Do we have the numbers that are recruited within the year who join the member through this marketing?
I think when the chair was doing the report, I think that is one of the things that it was reported on the management report. That was included there. And yes, some come immediately and others follow. Because unatuma ujumbe, ingine we are making ourselves visible. Just as you heard, we have included a team and other things. Some may not yield immediately, but the others that are yielding, and that's why we can see we have increase in membership that we have gained in the last year. So there is a data, but it is in the management report. Have you seen it? Page 7. Page 7. Noted. Thank you. Ni vizuri tunasikiza report vizuri. Haya, let's continue. Any other question, please? If you don't have a question, I would request that we have a proposer and a seconder so that we can be able to adapt this budget. Proposer and a seconder? Yes. 0926 proposes. Who seconds? Seconds the report, the budget, sorry. Yes. S0100. Thank you. Treasurer, you may continue.
Thank you. I want us to go to page 27 of the booklet, item number 15. Page 27, item number 15. We have interest stroke dividends to members. This is the auditor's report. Last year we gave the interest to members at 6% and the dividends at 22%. But this year we are proposing 6.2% and 24%. Members, is it okay? That is the proposal of the auditor. according to the accounts he has done, that we give at 6.2% and at 24% for dividends. Do you agree with that?
The question is, tunaulizwa, according to the account, our audited account, pesa ambayo tunaweza gawanyishwa, the profit that we have made, we will get it at 6.2%. That is on interest on deposit or savings. Then that's why now we are saying we have a proposer and a seconder. Kama tuendelee hivyo tupatia watu at that percentage. Yes.
Member number 8, considering that it is already done and the auditor has calculated very well, I propose we go with that because it's again an increment, not a reduction.
Okay. A seconder?
Member number 0022.
Those has been proposed and seconded. We continue.
For those who did not get dividends and interest on shares for last year, please liaise with the accountant, let your account be checked, and we sort it out as a board. And for this time, if you do not get your dividend or your interest within 1 week, please come to the office and check why you did not get your dividend and interest. Please do not wait until the next year's AGM. We will give you 1 week to come and see why you did not get your interest and dividend. As for the groups or the organizations, you have to come and tell us whether you give you a check, all we put back to your savings. So we still wait for the groups to tell us the way forward. But for individuals, we give you 1 week. If you don't get money, please come and see the accountant, and we look at your account, we see what is the problem. We don't want to go for another year with the same problem. Please, 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 let us sort the issues in time. Thank you. May God bless you.
Thank you. We can do better. Let us appreciate our... And the board, the chair and the board have promised that if your account have no issues, as you have approved, this money will be getting to you probably by the end of the day, depending with how your account is. So I want to call upon, if there are no questions and reaction, and because we had question on each and every matter that we had, I want us to call upon a chair for the appointment of auditors.
So leo tumekaa sana, lakini I think that is what happens when people are growing. That item on appointment of auditors and elections, we will handle it it's a cooperative officer, we will handle it. And so I want to invite her, na introduce her officially, na akuje adil na hiyo mambo yote mbili pamoja. Tupiga makofi tukikaribisha Madam Nancy. I know you are used to Susan. Na mnajua kila mtu si yako na personality yake. Susan is not Nancy. Nancy is not Susan. Susan, and Nancy is the cooperative officer who replaced Susan. Susan alienda huko kwa national government. Sasa huyu ndio tuko na yeye. She will tell us, she will take us to the 2 agendas and atawasalimia.
It's already afternoon. Good afternoon. Mko salama? Tuko salama, si ndio? Hata kama masaa imesonga, but it is well. My name is Nancy Nyambura and I am the sub-county cooperative officer for now. Na ndio nimekuja hapa so that tushiriki mkutano ya AGM pamoja na nyinyi. I would not want to talk so many things because we may not have so much time and much has been talked about. Kwa hivyo we do the 2 agenda. Number 1 ni agenda ya auditor, number 2 ni agenda ya elections. I think ni vizuri tuanzie na mambo ya auditors, tumalizie na mambo ya uchaguzi. And maybe before we go there, ningependa kusisitiza mambo, just a few things, a few comments. Number 1 is I think it's good to comment about the pending bill, ile bill yenye ya cooperatives. It's good to let you know it is still in Senate. Kwa hivyo we have nothing much to report about the same. There was a question on statutory reserve, which I think it is good to mention that kwa ile lugha yetu ya Chinese, statutory reserve ni modhidho, okay? Ni ile kitu kidogo na jiekeanga pale kando. And it is a directive that is given. Kwa hivyo si mambo yetu kama Simaguri, ni sisi, ni cooperatives zote. The other things I would also want to mention about provision on bad loans because it is a question that came up from several of us and it is good to mention that in fact provision ni caution. It's in case tunaekanga hiyo in case something happens we have a fallback. Sawa sawa? Yes, it is just in case loan fulani isilipwe itakuwa namna gani. Na ujue siku ya leo so we are declaring dividend and interest, kwa hivyo pesa itatoka. Kwa hivyo tusipochungia hapo tuweke kidogo, tunaweza fika mahali tumepeana yote na kuna loan hazijalipwa. Na the regulator advises us to take caution on that. And our chair was saying, I was advising the management tutengeneze account zetu kwa saa hizi. Kwa sababu when we get to SASRA, when we are regulated by SASRA wanapeana ratio zao and we must adhere to the ratios given by SASRA. Hii yetu hatujaangalia ratio sana, lakini SASRA tutaangalia ratios. Itafika mahali kama ile pesa tuna provide inatoshana na income, tupate treasurer hata simama hapa. Kwa hivyo ni vizuri as we approach SASRA tukue tumetengeneza vitabu ndio isifike mahali pesa yetu inakuwa provisioned yote yenye imekuwa kwa interest. Yes, and I think that is what I would want to say. And maybe it is also important to, sababu naona watu wasilale kidogo, nipeane knowledge kidogo, alafu tuende kwa hiyo mambo ingine mbili. Wakati tunafanya biashara ya matatu, si tunajua biashara ya matatu, tunahitaji nini? What do we require? Tuko na matatu, tumenunua ndio hii, kwa hapa, na tumefuel. What else do we require? We need insurance. Haya, insurance tuko nayo. We need a driver. Haya, driver, we hire a driver. What else do we require? Conductor, si ndio? Aha, tumepata hao wawili. What else do we require? Yeah, wateja. Member pale amesema wateja. Si ni kweli? What else do we require? Yes? TLB. Si ni kweli? TLB na masheria and all those other things. I want us to relate all that with us as a Sacco. When we are talking about the conductor and the driver, we are talking about the board. Si ndio? Wao ndio wameshika nini? Steering. Wao ndio wanajua gari ikitoka hapa inafika gaji Nairobi. Kwa hivyo it means wale wako kwa steering lazima wakuwe wanajua tunaenda wapi. Tusikue tunaenda Kikuyu, wanatupeleka Nakuru. Tutapoteanwa mahali. Ni kweli? Aha, tuko na wale wengine mmesema na conductor works together with the driver. Then we have the passengers. Aha, sasa passengers ni nani hapa? Member. Si ni member? Aha. Hii gari ikisimama pale na conductor na driver wamevaa zile kaju zao, and then there is no passenger. Most of the times what happens? That car may remain there na haitasonga. That is what it means. If we have a good driver, we have a good conductor, but we as the members, hatujazi gari. Tunasubua conductor kulipa nini? Kulipa ile nauli. Hiyo gari haitasonga. Na itakuwa na kelele, si ni kweli? Unaambiwa we shuka, we namna gani? You know what happens? That is what happens. It is the same thing. Kwa hivyo, everybody must play their role. Kama ni kusave kila mwezi, lazima tu save. Kwa sababu tusipo save, they will have empty coffers to manage. They will have nothing. Watasambuka na staff kulipa na mambo kama hayo. Okay? Na mimi nasimamia NTSA. Make sure that mambo inaenda vizuri. Sheria inafanya nini? Kule kwa speed ya 50, wanaeka 50. Kule kwa 80, kule kuna bump, all those things. Good. That was a by the way, but I believe we got something. When it comes to the auditor, the best practice inatuambia one auditor should audit our books for 3 years. Sawa sawa? Yes, kwa sababu tunaambiangwa mundu tathia gatia no nyina weka gatia. We get a taste of many people. We get to see this, huyu anasema namna hii, so that by the end of the day we even have more knowledge, kwa sababu kikapu yetu itakuwa imejaza. And it is on that maybe I should say that the auditor that was serving you amewa audit miaka mingapi? Miaka 3. And when the management asked me, niliwaambia what the provision says, ama what the best practice says. On the same note, anaitwa Steve Muru. Steve. And there are 4 other auditors wenye wamefanya application. Na from this data, hii yenye tuko nayo, we can only analyze this data on the fee. Si ni kweli? Ati tusema huyu ana charge 50, huyu ana charge 100, huyu ana charge 60. Are we together? I hope we are together. However, hakuna kitu mzuri kama kujua, hata wakati watu wanafanya interview. See, we have a callback. Unauliza huyu mtu amefanya kazi wapi? Si ndio? Ndio ujue huko alikuwa anafanya kazi namna gani. Because this figure cannot give easy to pay information kamili. Are we together? Are we together, members? So I don't know if you would agree with me. Mimi ningesema kama mnaweza kubali, we give the management mandate. They do further, waangalie zaidi hawa watu before they come up with whoever they advise, whoever will be the auditor. But the mandate ni yenu. If you would agree, that is okay. If mnataka tuchague na figures, nitawasomea figures and then we make a decision, which we may not, hatuwezi kuwa na information kabisa if you have done the right choice. I want to hear from you as members. Mnaona namna gani? Yes.
191. I would suggest we give the committee to preside on our behalf, so that they find out first before we do it.
Okay, thank you. Kuna any other opinion? It's open to you, members. Kaidri. Kule nyuma. Kuna mkono.
Okay, in normal procurement procedures, we go for in Kenya, we go for the lowest bidder mostly. Okay. So, and the highest bidder is not always the best. Okay. And the lowest might not always be fast.
Okay. So what are you saying now?
I would say we go with the maybe the second best. The average.
Wewe ametupea average. I don't know. Mtu mwingine? Na tutaki kubahatisha, si ndio? Tukisema tusibahatishe. Members, somebody else? Na nikumaliza tunamaliza. Mgoje kidogo tu, in 20 minutes at most we should be done. Somebody else please. Tuongee ndio tusonge. Thank you.
I think, Madam, we should give that work to our management.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. Then we get a do we agree with them? Sawa. But I want to give a directive. When that sitting happens, I should be invited when we are doing this activity. Aya, sawa sawa. Then we go to the next agenda. Na ndio ya mwisho, then tuende UB. Ni kweli? Hii ni ile inakuanga moto. Lakini sijui huku inakuwa namna gani. Mnakumbuka kuna mambo ya retirement. Si mnakumbuka the board of management retires. Every year kuna wale watu wana retire. There are people that are retiring, and today the persons that are retiring are from management. Kuna bwana our honorary secretary. Na nimeandika honorary secretary bwana Mushugi something. Ule mama tu kone. He's retiring today, and he's from Sigona area. Okay, then we usually request. Umeona kwa minute mulipitisha last year when you had the last AGM, people should be making application. You can take your seat, sir, please. Mulisema people should be making application. Si ni kweli? Tulisoma hivyo kwa minute. Now we got 2 application for the position of management. The other person retiring is from Kerwa. Kweli? Bwana Humphrey, Dr. Humphrey. Daktari ako pale. He's also retiring today. Sawa sawa? He is from Kerwa. Kwa hivyo hawa watu wa those 2 zones, we require what? We require representative. Ni kweli? Okay, I was saying, kuna wale watu wali apply for from those 2 areas. Bwana from Sigona, we got 2 applications. I think you have them. Remind me. These 2 they are from? They are from here. From Sigona. The other one is from Kerwa. Okay. Thank you. Sorry for that. Tulipata from Sigona. Sigona, where our Bwana Mushugia comes from. Tulipata application 2 ya Bwana Mushugia na ya Bwana, let me see. There's another member. Oh yeah, Steven. Ingine. Okay, sorry. So from Sigona we got from the retiring person na tukapata mwingine anaitwa at the sign of David Jogu. David Jogu Kaiba. Hope nime spell vizuri. That is from Sigona. Then from Kerwa we got an application from Stephen. Stephen is from Kerwa. Kwa hivyo those two areas, kwanza mko area, watu wa Sigona mko? Mko by show of hand. Mko watatu? Oh. Okay. Na watu wa Kerwa? Okay. I think we'll have a sitting with them. Yeah, Kaidre, kwa hivyo tutaka hiyo group ya watu wawili we make a decision on the same, kwa sababu haituhusu sisi wote, si ni kweli? Alafu tuwaambie matokeo. Watu wa nyinyi mko Sigona? Watu wengi ni wa Sigona, wakuje hapa. Watu wa Sigona wakuje hapa, including wale wamefanya application. Watu wa Kerwa? Kerwa kujeni hapa. Sigona hapo.
Now the requirement ya kuchaguliwa mtu mtachagua one, mambo ya kuwa mtu ako na integrity, mtu ni member, amekuwa member for more than 3 years na consistent in saving. Alafu share capital by 31st December 2025 awe by 31st December awe amefikisha 15,000 na savings by 31st December amefikisha 150,000. That is the qualification. Yes.
Sawa, asante for clarifying that. Nyinyi mmetoka Kerwa. Haya. Mnaongea ongeeni hapo. Get busy talking. Sawa. From Kerwa ni sisi. Karibia. Sige pea kiti. Kwa hivyo tulipata application moja ya Mr. Steven, but haikupita the minimum qualification ya 15,000 na 150,000. Are we together? Ako hapa kwanza? Uko hapa. Tumeelewana hiyo maneno?
Tunasema juu hatukuwa that we have only one application from each side. Hatuendi back kwa system kuangalia, na juu kila mtu anajua savings zako nazo, ni vizuri waambie cooperative officer. System ita confirm.
Na duda dono etenyerete koigwata ikikade niye huroke no nige done konyita nyabate tekere makere na hinya na duda dono etenyerete koigwata ikikade niye huroke no tomini ene jowe Jeso akwano ajeterele Ahuro kie madena mode made Na aje yawe motoya Wehe inya etomini ene jowe Jeso akwano ajeterele Ahuro kie madena mode made Na aje yawe motoya
Gari KBZ 731
Senegal
nĩ muona mũndũ wĩna thimũ na ũguo nĩguo tũrenda gũthiĩ tũkĩrutaga wĩra wa kũhiũhia maũndũ. Koguo nĩ twakena. Now no kũringĩrĩria members tondũ nĩ kũrĩkia tũrarĩkia kusave kufikisha sha capital tondũ ĩyo rĩu na cooperative officer nĩ akũtwĩra nĩ ĩraheana thĩna hĩndĩ ya gũthurana, and we want to keep dynamic leadership. Twĩna andũ ega mũno no rĩu nĩ mariganagĩrwo nĩ gũikia nĩ gũikia saving. So cooperative officer ngwetereire ũrĩ.
Thank you, Chair. Kwa hivyo we conclude on elections na Sigona Bwana Mushogia kwa pale amerudi, mpigia makofi. From Kerwa, Daktari Humphrey, piga makofi. From supervisory Bwana John, piga makofi. Kwa hivyo mi naona ni kama mumeaminia wale walikuwa. Ni kweli? Na kwa hivyo as we conclude we say that to the board tukumbuke we are charged to take care kwa pesa ya hawa members. Ni kweli? Yes. You make decision for the best interest of these members money. Na kwa hayo mengi na machache, Mungu awabariki na muendelee kusave. You patronize your Sacco. Speak good of your Sacco. Ni kweli? Speak good of your Sacco na muendelee kusave na muendelee kuchukua malone. Na sana sana muendelee kuform cells ndio muweze kusaidika. Mnashikana kikundi, mnaweza kusaidiana. Thank you so much. Back to you, MC.
Let us appreciate our COP officer. We thank God. Now tumalize, tunaona tuko na mchungaji, tumalizia na maombi. Then after this you make sure upitie pale kwa Ben. AOB na kuanga on notice na kuna ambayo ilikuwa imefika, so we will not take any AOB. Inafaa kwa imefika. Sawa sawa. Thank you. So I want us to arise na ndio tuite mchungaji. Tunaomba uwepo wako uende nasi, ewe Bwana wa majeshi, tusikie. Kama huendi nasi, hatuwe kutoka hapa, hatuwezi peke yetu. Enda nasi, tutavua
mapambo yetu, vitu vyote vya thamani kwetu, mioyo yetu taweka mbele zako, tutakaze na utembee. We thank you, Lord, for the good day that you have brought us through. The way that the members have taken the whole activity, and even now as we go back home, tukorwo nondo wa gwitira na wa gutukenia ati we Ngai wambanereirie na Sacco ino ni twaranite nayo na haria tutigitie no tugutwarana nawe. Ndakunengera aya, do good unto them in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. The grace of our Lord Jesus Christ, love of God, fellowship of the Holy Spirit be with us now and forevermore. Amen. Amen.
Thank you.